I managed to fix the new overlay last minute. Everyone got here in time for me to do it before I hit go live. This Fujitech thing that I'm like using to do the like jumping, lighting up portraits when people talk. I can't like grab everyone's codes when they're not in a chat with me, and it's very annoying for setting something up ahead of time.
Oh.
But
well, obviously you can't just ask someone to show up. You know.
Well, I mean, I only.
That'd be too rude. Too direct.
At 12:30 to 5:30 a.m. last night? No. I did happen to have half of the party there, but
oh my god.
But I wasn't gonna ping the half that wasn't there.
I would not have appreciated that.
I figured.
Yeah, way to use us while we were unawares. I'm just kidding.
Took advantage of y'all, damn.
Yeah. Also, it took me, like all of the things leading up to this campaign, it took me a little too long to put it together for how kind of scuffed it is, but...
But you did it.
I did. I didn't even have to pay someone on Etsy $15 for something that looks twice as good. Thank you for all of these sim claws, Konnor. I don't know why it's not. It didn't make a sound for that.
No.
And it's not.
And thank goodness.
It's not counting it off. What's going on?
I feel scammed and cheated.
You have been simazed.
Wow. Yeah, I don't know. Sorry about that.
Deserved.
You're welcome to reenact it, Konnor.
What the?
Oh, that'll be even better. Then everyone here gets to.
Yeah.
Wait, does Discord still have that TTS?
Oh my
thing?
god. I have it turned off everywhere.
Oh, what? Can you turn on in the monsters save
Oh
the
my
world
god.
chat really quick? You don't have to.
This is a bad idea.
It's a great idea.
I didn't know you could turn it off.
It's not a good idea, Sarah, because you'll also be annoyed.
Oh no.
And then you'll be like, oh, Mitchell was right, and so was Varys.
Well, let me formulate my own opinion.
No,
Okay.
sometimes you don't need to do that. Sometimes you just need to listen to people who have suffered already.
Oh well.
I think I've also turned off soundboard. I'm not 100% sure, but I might have just grinched it all.
The soundboard is the best thing Discord has ever added.
Okay, send text to speech messages is now turned on for the Monstrous Mad Lads. It appears that I have the soundboard on as well.
Oh, I have to. Do I have to do it in the?
It's
the
it's in the
chat thing?
voice chat channel.
Oh, that's weird. Okay, here we go.
Do you hear that? People can hear us on Twitch right now.
What?
Hear if people
Are
can
we
hear us
being
on Twitch right now?
perceived?
We are being perceived, yes.
Oh no.
I just didn't know if you intended that or not.
Varys has just learned that if he turns on the stream immediately, he can farm us for like a good 20 minutes of banter.
Yeah, the pre-session banter as one does.
It's
Yeah,
It's
but we don't have
important.
to do that because we're all here.
yeah. It's not
we
to
can just
kill
start.
time until everyone's here, except when it is. It is to warm people up and you know,
Yeah.
get people babbling.
I live in Arizona. I'm always warm.
It's quite warm here as well today.
It's
Yeah,
turning into winter
like
here. right?
Sarah and I
I've been-
also live in a
you know,
warm place.
I'll never be warm.
Although not today.
It was warm today, just not warm right now.
Yeah, now it's stormy.
I was
Oh.
outside today. I was sweating, so I can tell you it was warm.
I am
And fucking windy as shit.
real quick gonna go see if Josie wants to come inside because I was gonna let him inside 10 minutes ago, and then he saw a squirrel. So
Priority.
This is ridiculous. I think the squirrel's chittering at me when I'm opening the door.
Gosh.
So I opened the door again, and then the squirrel started yapping again, and then my dog's over at the tree again. So I'll just excuse myself to get him in a bit.
That squirrel's yelling at you to keep your dog on a leash.
So, well,
now that you're back,
yes.
Oh.
Wait, is
Oh
there a...
God.
this is even better.
Oh, I don't hear it because I'm...
Hear anything.
Oh no.
I have
Okay, good. I was gonna say someone can delete it whenever they want.
Oh, my dog's grumbling. I'm gonna try one more time.
Back and forth, the trouble consumes us all. Trying to keep a level head. As we have some time, I'm gonna go grab my water bottle. BRB.
Okay, I have actually returned.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
Okay. I know I heard Voraktee stand up to get water. Is that still the case?
I believe.
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a Voraktee time, so like 10 minutes.
I single-handedly made us 10 minutes late, so, you know. Also, for this new overlay, which I might as well bring up, I used everyone's like Twitch or Discord handles. There's like this little bit that gives like the player's name.
Oh.
So
That's sweet.
Sarah, you use Sarahtonin on yours just to match everyone else's like Discord handle. I forgot the word.
Weird.
It's just for uniformity is not the right word either. Wow. So I didn't sleep super well last night, so I might do that a lot today.
Yeah, oh no.
I might just crash in the middle of sentences and just
Uh-oh. Do you mean continuity?
well, consistency. Consistency is the word I was looking for.
You'll get none of that here.
I actually managed to sleep decently last night, so
Excellent.
sorry for taking that from me.
That's fine. Half the time I improv better when I'm tired. And the other half the time I just stop talking.
I mean, it was only like 5 hours, but still was better than last week.
Yeah, I got like two disconnected batches of like 2.5 hours.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Who would like to do the recap for an extra hero point?
V would.
You remember what happened last time?
Any better?
Oh, God.
You did like 98% of the talking, so I would hope so.
Well, you know.
Just because I talk doesn't mean I know what I'm saying. Last time on Monsters vs. the World, we got together in the morning after the little incident with the little, what are they called? Ruchalics? That mess with Steris and Turkin's dreams, leading us to believe that they're inceptioning people's dreams to make them believe whatever their masters or whatever they're planning. And we noticed that Narya, the dwarf that runs the bar, has been eavesdropping on us, and so we asked her if she knows anyone that's going on, any of these Stardreamers, these dreamers. And she mentions her friend Luka, that she may or may not have a crush on. Probably does. Had some of these dreams and went to go see a man named, I don't know if I wrote down his name. Oh, Augustine. About his dreams, and his dreams stopped, and he just mysteriously left the city. So we went to go track him down. On the way, we saw that there was a bunch of hubbub. A lot of the guards were kind of in motion, deployed, trying to get everything settled after all the earth elementals not only dropped where we were, but probably all over the city. So they're trying to get them contained, and a number of them band together and retreated down some tunnel and collapsed it behind them, which also inadvertently trapped not only the king, but also some nobles as well that were visiting. Let's see, but we decided that we would continue on with our original line of investigation, and we went to Luka's home/workshop and found out the name of the man that he meant, Augustine, and it matched up about the time that he went missing. So we very politely asked if we could go inside to the main dwarf capital kind of building, palace, place, and it worked. And we even got an audience with Augustine. And after he was very, very grouchy, and after Steris talked to the person he was meeting, we found out that he is, in fact, meeting with people who have these dreams, and referred them to his friend, Oriel, or Orbi, or Bilge, or Orbe. He is one or many or all of these names, and he is even less friendly than Augustine is. Side note, our Sphinx rewrote Augustine's journals on the god Naga, but Augustine will not be able to read those. That is everything that happened.
Sounds correct to me. Any comments or additions? Or complaints?
I got sat on.
Oh, yeah, true.
Yeah.
All right.
Very important.
So, question. Did you guys have more business with Augustine before you left? We kind of like we did the rolls for checking his office, and you guys didn't really find too much interesting, just lots of notes and books and that kind of thing. I can like jump us ahead to getting to Oriel's place, unless you guys would like to start in Augustine's office, in which case, totally fine. Okay, I will jump us ahead.
Yeah, I think we were headed straight over there.
Yeah, sounds about right. Okay, so, you guys, following the directions of Augustine, you navigate through some kind of like tight corridors, a little more cramped than kind of the main entry hallway where you came into this chamber through. That's kind of meant to be like a thoroughfare. This is more, more of a side street. So not as tall. And a little bit windy. Which leaves you a little surprised when Oriel's house, you enter kind of like a taller, slightly like wider kind of neighborhood, it seems like, underneath the city, or underneath the mountain. And there's like a couple of kind of smaller, like freestanding buildings kind of like in the street. And then at the end, kind of like a, it looks like kind of a walled off manor that's then just like built into the wall of this neighborhood. And it looks like the wall once had gates, but no longer does. It just leads into like an open courtyard, and you can kind of see through there's like a big kind of a bay window, where you can see like a little bit of a, like a bar inside, couple of kegs. Seems like maybe he's like turned the front of his house into like a small, not like a full-on tavern, but like a little like ale house.
Do you still have Luka's scent?
Yeah, I should.
Okay. Asteris will prompt you to like confirm that we're headed the right direction.
Do I smell the right direction?
Go ahead and give me a, I guess, survival check in this case, since you are tracking using just a different sense than sight. No, that's pretty good. Yeah. You definitely smell remnants of that that cologne that Luka purportedly wore, that you found in his house. Kind of leading up to this manor. Not like super duper fresh, but it doesn't like rain down here or anything. So yeah, you can still plainly smell it.
It's stinky.
Good.
I'd rather like the smell around here. It smells like history.
Yeah, it's, yeah. Me too.
Well, shall we go?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You kind of like enter that front courtyard, and you see a dwarven man with long hair kind of like shuffling around in the in that front room. Seems to spot a lot of you. You're moderately conspicuous. Spots a lot of you through the window and kind of like gives a nod as you're approaching and goes to open the door.
Oh.
Whoa, door opening sound.
Yeah, it's weird that you could hear that.
Expecting such a warm welcome.
Let's see. Yeah. So this fellow opens the door, and seems kind of like sort of younger dwarf, short beard, very like kind of like long, messy hair, kind of almost covering his eyes. Kind of has to like push him out of the way a little bit. Got sandy colored hair, and he looks kind of between the line of you, looking a little a little surprised at the company he's about to have, and he kind of furrows his brow a little and nods at the lot of you. So, how can I help you?
Hello, good sir. We're here to see
Find me
Oriel
a
Orbe.
seat.
This is going to need a rather big seat.
Ah. Sure, certainly. What would I'm not open for drinks today, but how can I help?
Oh, you're Oriel.
Yes, that is me.
Well, your friend Augustine sent us to find you.
Kind of looks over you and gets a curious look. Says, "Did he now? What did he say exactly?"
He told us you're the one who's been interpreting the dreams recently. Specifically, you may have met with someone we're looking for, Luka.
Yes, Luka. Do you recall having a conversation with him? Is that all Augustine said?
That's all that matters for right now.
Okay, very well. Come on in. And he kind of steps aside and gestures for you guys to come inside. Turkan, you notably have to kind of squeeze through the door.
He's used to it.
Yeah.
Do I break the door frame?
Isha finds a comfortable spot and does not go inside.
Doesn't go inside. Okay. As you guys are kind of filtering in, he kind of gestures, kind of like down the hallway and up some stairs. Says, I have there's a dining room. That way I can bring in some, if you're Augustine's friends, on his recommendation, I can bring over some drinks. You want to make yourselves
Very good.
comfortable?
Yes, thank you, sir.
Okay. Let's see. And then Isha, you're kind of hanging out outside. He kind of looks quizzically at you and says, "You're welcome to come in as well."
Oh, she doesn't talk very much.
Yeah, don't try talking to that one.
More of a pet, or
Yes,
very well.
he needs to stay outside.
Gives another like curious look as a chair walks inside. It's like very
The chair is not our pet.
yes.
Yeah, don't mind me. I'm just finding a spot to put myself.
Excellent.
Stu cares about feng shui.
Really gotta like add to the vibe, you know?
Yeah.
Other than Isha, does everyone kind of filter into the dining room?
Absolutely. And
Yup.
Steris is looking around.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I also get a roll from Isha? Just a perception check. Okay. All right. So Oriel closes the front door,
Door sound.
And let's see. So I guess first of all, Steris, you seem to catch that Oriole is a bit. He's like acting very friendly and everything, but his body language says he's tense.
Great.
Kind of when you said that, Augustine sent you. It seems he was kind of expectant and then got very like guarded when his expectations were not met, I guess. And then Isha, you notice two things. First of all, standing out in the courtyard where you are, you spot a couple of figures kind of like watching the entryway from a nearby building that has it's got like it's a little bit raised and it has windows that peek over the wall into this courtyard, and they're like watching the entrance, and then Oriole kind of seems to be going getting drinks as he said he would, but then he like sets a vase. Is it vase? Whatever. Vase of plants in the window, and then like shutters the blinds behind that.
Ooh, is that some sort of strange gesture or sign to somebody watching outside?
Well,
I'm hiding.
you okay? So you kind of like get behind the wall and
No.
no.
Don't get it twisted.
Okay.
By standing completely still.
I'm hiding in plain sight by becoming a statue.
Okay.
Statue.
The newest
All right.
addition to his garden.
Yeah, Isha like pulls like a hood over her head and like just stands still.
Okay. All right.
Going for the Assassin's Creed approach, I see.
So then, yeah. Meanwhile, you guys are settling into into that dining room down the hall, as he's like getting these drinks prepared. And he kind of like calls down the hall while you hear the sound of like shutters. He's like, so you came to ask about Luka.
Yes. You
Has-
see, his friend is quite worried. He's been missing for a few days, and we've seemed to be pointed in the direction that maybe you know where he ended up.
I had a discussion with him, yes. I don't know exactly where he ended up, but I suggested that his dream might lead down to Konnor. I recall
Based on what information?
his dream consisted of he saw this star from deep below. Sorry, I shouldn't be distracted. by
Kolaga, what?
the name of the Drow Kingdom. Oh my god.
Going on down to see Mar and seeing what they got.
Call my court. And he says that, as I was saying, sorry, intrusive thoughts seem to distract me. He saw the star from deep down in the gorge, from shimmering pools lit with light that he couldn't understand. That sounded to me like a place I had heard of down below. And I suggested as much. Travel down to the capital of Golmacourt is not arduous. So it seemed he could reasonably get further information there without putting himself in too much danger.
And how long does it take to get to this Golmacourt?
A day or so. Depending on how steady your step is.
I want to see if this guy's on the level. I want to see if he's, like, kind of still nervous, his eye darting around, like, not maintaining eye contact or anything like that.
Okay. While you're doing that, Isha, are you, like, maintaining any sort of, an eye on that building where those figures were watching? Or are you more focused on hiding?
That is a good question. Let's be honest. Isha is more concerned with hiding than
Okay.
like keeping track of threats.
Yeah.
That's Skippy.
Like, you know,
Yeah.
I could be honest with myself.
Okay. Well then, you mostly just hear kind of a door shut from that direction. And kind of like through the gate, after a minute, without like saying a word, you see this this orc and this gnome both walking in, both armored, one in like scale mail, and the other one in the orc is in just like a breastplate, quite armed. And they just like walk into the courtyard, and they immediately like stop and just both look at you. And you know, you're doing a good job of being a statue, but you're not doing a great job of being inconspicuous. And they just stare at you for a good 7, 8, 9, 10 seconds, and then the orc is just like, "Did Oriole redecorate?" And the gnome's just like, "No, I was in there. I don't, maybe those people delivered it?"
Yes.
I knew those flowers were a signal.
If Isha could sweat, they wouldn't be sweating. Isha just like it does the classic just doesn't respond.
Uh-huh.
Oh no. This is like our Statue of Liberty for Oriole. It's our offering. Oh my god.
The gnome kind of like takes the haft of their like spear and kind of like pokes your side a little, Isha.
Oh, is he ticklish?
And then the orc is just like,
Okay, so if they're looking for a reaction out of Isha, they might see something.
okay.
Oh, ooh.
Because the way that you perceive Isha is if you look for like the intention of Isha's actions, you see them.
Okay.
But what if I rolled to lie to them?
Sure. That works for me. Uh-oh.
Well,
Oh no, you were perceived.
Yeah, so the gnome kind of like pokes your side with the haft of the spear, and and they kind of like squint, and they're like, This isn't a statue. And the orc is like, come on, we have to get inside. And I think the gnome is going to, like, as the orc is going to the door, actually going up the stairs, like, towards the dining room window, the gnome kind of reverses the spear, and they just go to jab you with it. And we'll go ahead and start some stuff, huh?
Oh man.
Well, that's fucked up.
Gnome's a jerk.
Gnome is a jerk.
Truly gnome is a jerk.
Oh, it's a little bit of a tight room here.
It is a bit of a tight room.
We are on top of each other in here. Oh god.
Oh, that is so funny. You like put me right up here.
Well, you know, you can position yourself. So now I will ask where you would like to be, since obviously you had time to set up.
Yeah,
Someone
I
can
would have
sit
loved
on
to have
me.
seen the fucking courtyard before you were like, you are standing watch at the gate. That is not where I was, actually.
I'm saying right now we can move you.
Okay, well, unpause the game.
Yeah. Oh my god, why am I rolling with medicine again?
Mom, it's an online game.
Oh,
I
it's the
can't
same.
just pause it.
It's the same number, I swear, Varys.
I would have been like this.
Okay.
Why mine always rolls with medicine instead of perception? It's a problem.
I'm dumb.
We still love you.
We do.
Thank
You can click the little die in the carousel on the top, and it should just roll it for you.
Okay, I will roll with stealth because that's what I'm actually doing.
Okay.
Yay!
Oh no, Turd.
I can't roll over a 10 ever.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Click your picture at the top, Steve.
Oh. All my windows were windowing outside of my window.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I
It's like,
hate
do I
when
need
my
to
windows
leave?
window outside of my window.
Yeah.
Ew.
Okay. So the gnome had walked the other way. As the orc kind of took off, the orc did not perceive you, but the gnome is having none of this. Oh goodness.
Not just a gnome, a deep gnome.
A deep gnome, indeed. Yes.
Oh god.
Okay. So they give you a good jab, and then they kind of look surprised when they kind of perceive the all of you and whatever you are, and they are going to spend an action kind of like raising their shield and backing up. And then they kind of like over their shoulder shout at their orc friend. They just shout their name, Kotota. And they kind of look back confused. And then it will be Steris' turn. Let's see. Oh, I forgot to hit start on combat. That was silly of me. Okay. So you hear a shout from outside the window. And you can kind of like act. You can act right away. You see that there's like this orc walking up. They have like a bomb. They have a strange like sparking vial in one of their hands, and they turn around in response to this shout.
Oh god. Okay. I'm gonna cast Tanglevine on Oriole and kind of shout at him to call off your lackeys.
Uh-oh.
All
All right.
For a fight.
Defense AC. It's so weird that it targets AC.
It is weird that it targets AC.
Okay. can you throw me the attack roll on that?
Oh, of course. Yikes! Uh-oh.
He kind of like
Uh-oh.
manages to kind of duck out of the way, and the vines just like cover the wall behind him. And he kind of like goes for the dagger, goes to put a hand on the dagger at his belt, and it's like oh, I meant to. Whatever, it's fine. Goes for the dagger at his belt and kind of like glares at you. You do not think he's going to back down, but does not immediately respond.
Okay. She'll try to intimidate him.
Okay.
Poorly. Ah, damn. Saying like, this isn't a fight you can win. Stand down.
Yeah, he glares at you and he's like, I've already told you too much.
Unfortunate. My turn.
Okay.
Damn
It will be the Scene of Auction's turn.
it.
Sweet.
Soon.
If you want to slap your portrait to end your turn.
Oh, yes. Up.
All right, let me see. Okay. I'm going to I-beam Oriole.
Nice.
Bam. Good hit.
At least one of us
Feels,
hit.
it feels wild that it's not a crit, but and then I will also have
Saw this man's HP drop, and I was reminded just how much HP he has.
I'll cast Force Barrage, and I'll use 2 actions, so I get to fire 2 shards.
Okay.
And I think it just auto hits.
Yeah, correct. You just roll the damage.
Okay. How do I pick how many?
I have not used Force Barrage.
I'll just roll 2 different.
Yeah, that's fine.
ones.
Oh. Ooh.
Fuck him up.
So you I-beam him, and then like these 2 shards blast him, and he just like
I tried to fucking tell him.
falls over backwards into the hallway. You did knock him. Yeah, I guess he's only unconscious. You knocked him exactly to 0.
Oh, good job.
Oh,
Perfect.
Oh no, he's dying. Never mind.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, I was
He is
like,
bleeding
he
out.
goes-
That's not a
he's
thing.
dying.
All right.
All right, that was yeah, that was it. I don't know if that was the best option, but hey.
It was an option.
It was an option. Oh, God.
Where did
Turgon's gonna have to step over all of us.
the orc
I didn't mean to just kill him.
go? Oh, that was weird. Never mind. Carry on.
There's that door north of us we can go through.
We're just gonna explore the house now.
Yeah, I guess, do I just... I mean, Turkon kind of sees the fight break out, pause, and puts his feet up.
He said Isha's got this.
All right.
Can I hold my turn?
Yeah, you can totally hold your initiative until more things happen. Just let me know when you want to cut back in, and I'll move you.
Okay. Do I need to pass my turn?
Yeah. Isha, it is your turn.
I just like, by the way,
Okay, I
Sorry
have
to-
it. So my robe is a scroll,
Okay.
and I'm gonna. I guess I'm gonna use my. I'm gonna heal myself using my robe.
Okay. Roger.
Sounds so dejected.
All this stuff is like. I can't fucking see this shit. I'm just like, wow.
It does look like you're rolling it in secret.
It's because I'm so used to doing it as a DM.
Okay.
Like I just never changed that.
Yeah. Okay.
She's just fucking confused. Like, why'd you fucking stab me? So yeah, so Isha will use an action interact with her robe to heal herself, and then be like, "Are you with him?"
She kind of squints at you, and her companion, Kotota, starts to like say yes, and then well, I guess yeah, Kotota just says yes, and then the deep gnome kind of like looks over, is like, shush.
Like, no, the other one.
They both look confused. Who are you asking is with who?
I'm asking if they're with Oriole.
Oh, yeah, right. No.
Yeah, and if they're confused, you know, Isha will just be like with the keeper, Oriole.
The deep gnome is just like, none of your business.
Well,
well,
it's a little bit my business.
I say it's all your business.
So I need them to make a will save.
Okay. Alrighty. Super failed, man.
Ah,
Conditions value is 3 and lasts for 2 rounds. Okay.
Yeah, so they are enfeebled 3.
Wow. Okay. And it's just the deep gnome, right? Not both of them.
Yeah, I cannot target both of them.
Yeah. They're like, the arm holding the shield kind of like slumps a little as they just suddenly get severely weakened.
Yeah,
Does
like their
temporal
arms are just like,
distortion-
they look young, but their arms look old.
Yeah. Sorry, what was it?
Does temporal distortion make a distinct noise that we could hear inside?
This spell does not have vocal or somatic components, so no.
Yeah.
why do I taste the color puce in the air?
Other than the deep gnome going like, what the? I don't think there's anything in particular.
Right.
A weird like wow.
Correct.
TARDIS noise goes by.
Was that your turn, Nisha?
Yeah, I still don't understand how to like slap my thing to end my turn, so I just, you know.
Oh, I think if you just like click your portrait, it should end it. Stu, it is your turn.
mm,
Time to eat.
yeah. He was not entirely expecting combat though, so I'm like, let's Stu do? You know what?
What would Stu do?
We'd eat him. Or try to.
That is a window. You are welcome to smash it.
Oh, right. I could
Or go
smash
to the door. There's a door on the left.
Oh. Man.
So polite.
I'm not. I'm just letting you know what's available.
Can I even get over there though?
Yeah, you can walk through your
Holes?
allies.
Was there holes in this corner? What the heck?
I think you were here.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened.
You guys scaled.
The
I have it.
the unfortunate thing about going to the door, and the reason you might want to actually smash the window, is you have to like move to the door, open the door, and then move to the enemy, which takes all 3 actions. But if you smash the window and jump through the window,
Oh. And jump through the window?
yeah. Well, it's not. It's the you're just climbing through, I guess.
How
I
tall is...
imagine Stu just kick flipping through the window.
You can climb through the window. You can just consider it 10 feet of movement to get through. It is technically a bit of a leap for you, but I assume you have the same movement capabilities of anyone, even if you're a bit short.
Yeah. Man, Stu, is it worth it? I guess. Do I smash through the window?
What would Stu
Feel
do?
like Stu would not engage.
Oh,
I'm thinking.
All right.
Just as a side note, hypothetically, if there was an enemy on the other side of that window and they witnessed a like rubber chair climbing through, that would be like, if I were that guy, that would be nightmare fuel.
Yeah.
Just to be out.
Yeah, I'll just kind of move out of the way of the window and not do anything else.
Okay. All right. Give your portrait a slap, and the orc will take their turn.
I don't have sufficient. What?
Wait, what?
That's okay. On your thing, you go to
There you go,
utility.
got it.
And, yeah.
You need to chair harder.
Why'd it move you to the corner again? Anyway, the orc kind of like grumbles in frustration, and they're like, "We have to get in and back up the boss." And they go over to the door. Not the door. They go to the window, and they punch it in. Do it. Attack for but attack for their fist. Excellent. I guess I don't need the
Why
attack.
am I in the corner again?
I don't know. That's what I said. I don't know why you moved to the corner.
Stop moving yourself there.
I feel like somebody's being sneaky.
Okay. They smash through the window and Cinnabok Shin, after this shower of glass, they take their sparking bottle and throw it at you.
Wait, I want to move back to the corner.
Why are you throwing it at me?
Oh, sorry, that wasn't Aisha. I had both of you targeted. That's my bad.
Missed.
Yeah, that is a miss on Cinnabok Shin too. But there is still splash damage for the lightning vial. So I think Scene, Turris, and Stu all take 1 electricity splash damage.
Oh no.
Let's see. That's all their actions.
Where do I go to? I don't see a thing to click for that one.
So if you right-click yourself and then like highlight your health number, and then replace it with -1, it will do 1 damage to you.
Owie.
I kind of thought the bottled lightning attack template would do that all for you, but it did not. Turris, it is your turn. And Turkon,
I
you.
guess I'll take my turn after Turris.
Okay, sounds good.
Unless he wants me to go first.
I'm gonna. How am I? Oh, barely injured. I thought I said badly injured. So, the bottle got thrown through this window here?
Yeah, this window here.
Yeah.
I guess here. Let me. The window is no longer there, no longer refracting light. So let me just go ahead and delete this. Booga booga.
I'm gonna run over. I can move through friendly spaces, right?
Yeah. The camera doesn't have Nisha observed.
Must be more of that wibbly wobbly,
Good.
timey wimey stuff.
Good. Do not observe me.
A scale of 1 to about should just heal completely. How bad does Oriole look?
He is burnt and has several open wounds from the bolts that slammed into his chest. To get more information besides being unconscious and dying, you'd need to do a medicine check. But, yeah.
All right, I'm gonna run over here, and I'm gonna grab Oriole. I'm gonna like I'm gonna grab him and like bring him up in front of me, and pull out my dagger and like hold it to his neck and like towards the orcs and shout, "Stand down!"
They kind of look. She looks a little confused. Kind of furrows her brow and looks over at the deep gnome across the courtyard and is like, they're threatening the boss's life. She's like, yeah, that's why we're here. And she's like, no, like, keep bargaining with it. It's got a knife to his throat. And the deep gnome looks back and they're just like, there's a pause of like 5 seconds, and then they're like, shit. And it kind of looks like they're gonna. She like starts lowering her weapons. She'll like do the free action to like throw her spear and her shield to the ground and look at Katoda and say, well, can't get him killed. Kind of the opposite of our job. Katoda's like, so I should. She's like, yeah, just drop your weapons, come on. So Katoda starts kind of like carefully putting the bombs on the ground on the other side of the window.
At least they have more sense than their boss.
So at this point, we could probably drop out of initiative if you guys wanted. Unless you guys still have things you want to do going around the turn order, but I think we're good.
Yeah.
Okay.
At that point, then I'm gonna kind of like heft Oriole into a chair on the table and kind of like look around. Who can stabilize them the most efficiently?
Steris kind of looks away.
Well, Isha remains outside.
I'm not so quick to stabilize them. First, I want to know why you guys started attacking so quickly. He threatened us first.
The orc kind of crosses her arms, weapons all like on the ground now. She's like, talking wasn't part of the deal.
Herkin, would you be so kind as to supervise our friends' friends?
I'm gonna try to get outside, but
Oh,
I keep
here.
colliding with the
He can't
walls.
fit through the
Here,
door.
I'll squeeze through.
His horns kept getting stuck.
I just constantly think of back to Lilo and Stitch, where that big old alien was his name Gontu. Just
Oh my
trying to like
God.
fit through like human doors and stuff like that.
Yes.
Stand here
We
with my
just
arms
came
crossed.
here. We just came here for information, and you're making this much harder than it needs to be.
She kind of sneers at you. She's just like, I was protecting the
Well,
boss.
alright. Just brazenly. Is there a lot of instances where this one needs protection?
Kind of looks off to the side. It's like, this is the first one.
Mm. So he's just paranoid.
I shouldn't talk anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going
What
to.
Bring the brains over here, Turkon.
Okay. Goes up, grabs the halfling or gnome. Yes.
Yeah.
And just starts dragging her into the
If-
alehouse.
If you grab her, basically, like even a minute after combat, she would still be enfeebled
Yeah.
by like a lot.
Uh.
So if she wanted to fight you, she wouldn't even be able to.
Yeah,
resist.
she tries for like half a second and then is like, oh god. my arms are literal jelly.
Throw her inside.
Okay. Are you staying outside?
Better.
Yeah, I'll stay there. Yeah.
Okay. Oops, sorry.
Oh no,
Okay.
I see double of my token.
Oh, I think it's because I tried to
Oh,
move
fun.
you at the same time you tried to move. Hey, that's
Refresh that.
it's one glitch that is stuck around through several. The desync is stuck around through several Forge updates. Okay.
Now your boss is real close to dying.
Well, do you want information, right? Fix him.
Uh-huh. How about you give me the information first? You're not really in a position to bargain here.
I don't think I have any information you want. I work for him.
Mm-hmm. Oh, good. Nice and surrounded.
Do you wear any kind of symbol of Janala on you at all?
Oh, absolutely. She has a necklace.
Got you. Yeah.
And then, like, if you really zoom in on her, she has her little. Sorry, not a necklace. I meant her diadem. She wears like a symbol across the. What the fuck is it called? The thing she wears around her eyes.
Oh,
the
gotcha.
veil.
Gotcha.
Just finding my words.
Yeah, she clocks it like pretty immediately. And she's like, it's my job to keep other Star Dreamers safe from agents of the Four like you.
Mm. What if one of these agents is a Star Dreamer herself? Come here for answers and interrupted.
She kind of squints. It's like, if you came here through the right channels, then he wouldn't have signaled us for help.
I knew that was a signal. I don't know how I knew, but I knew.
I don't know how you knew. You were technically in the other room, but I didn't describe that very well. the signal is way over here.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like visually in sight.
You could. There's a chance you could have seen the vase get put up through this window. that's possible.
Well, I can't help that we come across as threatening. But this would have gone a lot smoother if we talked things over first. I'd say I mean no harm, but clearly I'm lying. She will do, because Sarah cares more about getting information than saving face, so she'll stabilize Oriole.
Okay.
Or try to.
Yeah. The Deep Gnome was starting to like look at the table, looking for any kind of like makeshift weaponry as she started to think that you weren't going to save him, and then you move to stabilize him, and she chills out a little bit. And you do stabilize him. Yeah, you stabilize him and he'll wake up shortly. And by shortly, I mean
Can we all
in
calm down?
it won't be shortly, actually.
it'll be a while.
It will be hours.
Yeah, without additional healing, he will stay unconscious for quite some time.
That's fine. That was what I wanted.
Okay.
There. He's not at risk of immediately dying.
Yeah, she settles down a little bit.
I'm
Yeah.
not going to say that Isha nibbles on him as a little snacky snack.
Nom nom. So you said your job is to protect the Stardreamers from followers of the Four. Followers? You used a different word.
Followers, agents, whatever.
Agents. Okay. And what evidence do you have that the Stardreamers are in danger? By this particular source.
I mean, of course we are. We're... She kind of like clams up just like a little bit after saying that. She's like, you wouldn't understand.
Try me.
And for a moment, she kind of like, she goes through a couple of expressions, all of them rather frustrated. And then she's like, some people think the world has changed too much since the Four were sealed away. We think it hasn't changed enough. People still enchanted by the Four obviously don't like that very much.
And so these Stardreamers are the agents of change?
Yes.
How so?
Roll a diplomacy check to get her to keep talking. Just to
Alright.
keep the conversation rolling.
Because I'm so good at diplomacy.
Can I glare inwards at them to help intimidate them?
Intimidate my diplomacy check? He growls.
Yeah, if that doesn't, if this, oh,
I'm bad.
you can see that,
Ooh.
you can see that this Deep Gnome is clamming up, Turkon, and you can indeed intervene if you would like. You can encourage them
Sure.
to continue speaking.
Oh, was that supposed to be secret?
No, this is fine. You'll know the result one way or the other.
Mhm.
Not not quite enough, actually,
Yeah.
for her. So yeah, you keep asking questions, and she rolls her eyes and crosses her arms.
How?
Uh,
Wait, what was her will save?
her will save right now, while enfeebled, which doesn't
Oh, she's only rolling +5.
makes her DC 15 though.
Yeah, I was like, that's not bad.
Yeah. So she kind of crosses her arms and then like catches your glare through the door, Turkan, and just crosses her arms and kind of like leans against the door frame and just shakes her head. Like, it's like, you've defeated us, you can capture us or whatever you want. I'm not gonna sell out the others to you.
Others, you say?
Why don't I take care of Oriole while you talk to my chatty friend?
Oh, is that me?
That's you. She
No.
kind of pushes you towards her. And Steris will start doing treat wounds checks to get Oriole back.
Okay. Excellent. So over the course of 10 minutes, you will indeed do some healing for him. Too full, in fact.
Great.
So in 10 minutes, he will wake up.
So you're a deep gnome. How deep is deep?
That's where you're gonna start. Okay.
After
No,
seeing
good.
that no one is dying over here,
Yeah.
she gets bored.
Okay.
And
He's-
walks away.
Turkan,
Fucking God.
down the street, when you like walk over to the gate and look down the street, there's like there's a dwarf kind of down the way, kind of at the corner, off this map to the west, basically.
Okay.
Dwarf talking to some guards and kind of pointing generally this direction.
Oh.
They're not
Yeah,
rushing over
hurriedly
here.
Go back here and here and just say
They're calling the
trouble
cops on
incoming.
us.
That's the popo. We gotta get out of here.
um
And then I'll go back and block the entrance.
Okay. So the deep gnome kind of like looks at you and like raises an eyebrow, Turris, and is like, "How do you know what I am, but not where I'm from?" Whatever.
I don't know. I can't really explain it. My apologies. I'm Terrace Ironcrad. A pleasure to meet you. And he offers a hand out.
Okay, make a diplomacy check. Making an impression on this deep gnome.
Excellent.
Oh my god.
Excellent.
She very slowly uncrosses her arms and like shakes your hand. Her arms still noodleified
Nobody can
slightly.
hate her.
He gives a genuine. He gives a genuinely warm smile. I'm very sorry that you got caught up in all of this.
Destiny's funny that way.
That's exactly what I've been saying.
Right.
It is, isn't it? And he looks around. He's like, isn't it?
Steris nods.
I believe that we were meant to be precisely here, precisely now, precisely with you.
That's taking it a bit far. I would say this is... This is an affront to what I'm supposed to be doing, but that's... just me, I suppose.
Well, I don't know about this sentinels of the four or whatnot, whatever you said, but we're just trying to make sure somebody is safe.
If they've come and talked to Oriole about their dreams, then they are. And they're not your concern.
Well, see, that's where you're wrong. Because we have reason to believe that the dreams are not what people think they are.
She rolls her eyes again.
And when you see floating tadpoles floating above your friends with these dreams, then maybe you'll think that old Terrace was right.
Floating what?
Yep.
Oh, what are they called again?
Ruchalik.
Ruchalix, that's it.
Oh yeah.
Not
Yeah.
very
Chalikus.
tasty.
Quite tasty.
It's all in my head, put there by some tadpole.
When you say it like that, it sounds crazy. Listen, we just need to know where, Oriole might send people. Because it seems that maybe perhaps he was not as forthcoming as we believed him to be. And we are trying to be very forthcoming. We didn't want to attack you.
She, like, leans over and looks at Oriole on the ground. It's like, you seemed
That was
pretty
self-defense.
ready for it.
Just because we were ready doesn't mean we wanted to take this route. I did warn him.
Doesn't even have his weapon out.
Well, aren't you his weapon?
Warn him.
She
Take his weapon.
actually seems moderately stumped by the "aren't you his weapon" question. She's like,
He did the thing with the vase, the window, and the shutters, and... That is called initiation, my friend.
well, you're enemies.
Says who?
Says Oriole.
You're saying a vase says they were enemies.
Yes.
You can get a better vase if you'd like.
She does not seem amused by your amusing joke.
But therein lies the problem again. You are a weapon, and you are called for. We were not trying to fight. We are simply trying to find an individual and make sure they are safe. We need to know where Oriole sends them.
We already. Stairs will kind of whisper, like, we already know where he sent him.
We already know where he sent them.
At least we know where Luka was sent.
Well, I was sure that he was being honest about that, considering the circumstances.
That's fair. Continue. He shows up behind me and then runs away. Is this man's alive yet?
I think the guards are going to show up and talk to at least Turkan.
Oh,
Before this guy wakes up.
I see. Oh no. All right, Turkan.
And he said Turkan warned you guys that trouble was coming.
Okay. Is this like a room behind me?
Yeah, it's I don't have this like fully stocked, but there's like just it's just kind of a closet, more or less.
Okay. Asteris will move us in there.
Okay. All right.
And then I'm gonna prestidigitation my blood off the ground.
Okay. All right. Excellent. Good perception check. Not that I'm supposed to tell you that, but might as well.
This is a suspiciously empty room. There's something.
There's definitely stuff in there. It's just not
There's
on
piss.
this map.
It's piss.
It's not, but I can see what would lead you
Why
to
is there
think so.
piss? He just pisses on the floor up here. It's crazy.
That is
It seems like
crazy.
that's actually like a guest room. There's like a bed in there. There's like a dresser, a couple of bits of furniture. And it's been kept clean. It seems like someone had been staying in there recently.
Do I smell what's his fuck? Sorry.
Sorry.
As a Cynosphinx, I also have good smell.
Okay.
Oh.
Go ahead.
So while Stu was sniffing the cologne, Isha was sneakily doing the same.
Yes.
Go ahead and give me a survival check.
Oh, well, that's less good. But I get a +4 to this.
Okay.
So I get a +2. Never mind, not +4.
Uh-oh.
Previously smelled.
Luka did not stay here. You kind of smelled it out in the other rooms, like in the dining room. Sorry, excuse me. In the dining room, you smelled the same cologne, but in here, this room is completely absent of it. You could, if you smelled them again, you could recognize the last creature who slept in here.
Ah, a sniffy.
Sniffy the chair.
Okay. So to Turkhan, a group of guards come walking up. One of which is not your biggest fan already.
This fucker again.
There's a like.
Oh, sorry, I forgot language. Is that an issue on your stream?
Not at all.
Okay, good.
So these guards come walking up, and like down the street, it seems like the one guard is not in command here. But down the street, he like stops the other two guards that are with him and like points directly at you, and is just visibly angry and fuming about something. And the captain kind of like looks over at you, kind of like takes you in before approaching, and then like puts a hand up to stop the other guy from talking. And it's like whoever is in charge of this like patrol is also a dwarf, looks older, kind of like graying beard and hair. And then there's like a catfolk with them actually as the third guard.
God, they're on to me.
And these three guards walk up, and the captain of the patrol, leader of the patrol, says, "We've heard that there was a disturbance here. Seems to have ended rather quickly. We would like to come in and take a look."
Yes.
Turris yells from the broken window, "Tell them we're closed!"
That won't be necessary.
He kind of like looks at the wall of the estate, looks back to you, and it's like, and you can tell your companion we're not here for drinks. We'd just like to speak with Oriole. He knows us. There's no problem. He can send us away.
Earl took a bump to the head. He's fine, but he will be out for a bit.
Kind
Tell them he's closed.
of kind of scrunches his face, and he's like, "So there was a sudden and swift disturbance, and Oriole took a bump to the head, and now he can't speak to the guards."
Well, generally, when you're unconscious, you can't talk.
And how did he get this bump to the head? And the
Fell over?
and
Oh my god.
the dwarf is just like
He fell off his chair.
the other
He's
dwarf
off his rack.
is just like knocked off, I bet, by this brute. the leader of the patrol just like puts his hand up again. It's like
I had nothing to do with the injury. This time.
Which is actually true. You
Yeah.
didn't do
Which
anything.
is
Make a-
actually true.
make a diplomacy check, see if you can convince them of this truth.
Scene is very calm, considering he's the one who downed Oreo.
Just
Celebrity
vibing
is
in the
about to-
corner. I can
about to
understand
have
that.
some,
We were just vibing.
Celebrity's about to have some controversy.
keep
Oh
it
my
going.
god.
Let's go.
I just click the buttons. I always forget to hit the secret button.
No, this is fine. So
We're
the
so glad that wasn't secret.
the leader of the patrol kind of again puts up the hand, silences this dwarf. It's like, you may not have caused the injury. We still need to check on Oriole. We need to come into the courtyard.
I kind of like lean back and look towards the window that's broken and see if it's like okay to let them in from everybody else.
Yeah, what's going on? What's going on inside? What are you guys doing?
Darius is hiding the body.
Ah,
Ideally, I would like him over here where he's not seen in
Oh,
the doorway,
yes,
but
yeah,
you know,
well.
I can't move him. Thank you.
Isha is washing through the window.
Okay.
Through this.
Do we know from the inside that it's like guards that Turkin is talking to?
Yeah, you can hear their voices kind
How
of
could we not?
coming over the wall.
Warned us.
Okay, just making sure. I just didn't want to minute. So Turris is gonna like kind of like the light bulb over his head, kind of like his face
God.
illuminates.
Oh, no.
Oh, deep. I'm sorry. What was your name again?
Deep no.
She gives you kind of this "Are you kidding?" look. Like, I'm not gonna give you my name, man.
Oh, come on.
Listen, you and I will talk to the gods, and you'll simply explain that you attacked us.
Simply.
I'll explain something.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, me to the yard. Can I see a warrant?
Can I see a warrant?
The leader of the patrol kind of like opens his mouth and then like squints, closes his mouth, and he's like, "We are quite good friends with Oriole. We would like to check on him."
I've been tasked with protecting this abode. I won't let you in without a warrant.
We're kings. We don't. He like rubs his eyes. He's like, we're under a state of emergency. Such decrees are not easily attainable at this time. You're being very unreasonable.
You just have no business coming in here. We're fine.
He kind of like looks over his
You
shoulder
can't use.
at the other dwarf, the angry racist dwarf, and he's like, "My friend, my colleague says that you are from out of town.
Hmm.
And we are going to
I mean,
value the life of a citizen of this town over the privacy and rights of a visitor from out of town."
hey, it's not my privacy you're intruding upon. It's the owners. He told me specifically to keep people out.
He told me specifically. Oh.
If he has a problem with it, we will be reprimanded. For now, we will take that risk. Now please, move aside. And tries to, like, he doesn't try to physically move past you, but he kind of takes a step forward expectantly, like you're going to move aside just because he said so. Teres, you're
Cross my arms and. Sorry, go ahead.
Power stands it.
Teres, you're trying to convince this deep gnome to help. She's like, no. I'll explain something.
You're not afraid of going to jail for attacking us, are you? I mean, we won't.
We
We'll
won't
say it's
press
misunderstanding. Yeah, I don't want to say we won't press charges. That sounds weird in fantasy. So. We'll simply explain to them it was a misunderstanding. You didn't know you shouldn't have attacked us.
She crosses her arms again. She takes a breath.
I mean, it sounds like those guards are getting in here one way or another, and if you were all honest about the situation, I think everyone will walk away most amicably. Otherwise, if you really want me to lead the conversation with the guards.
She crosses her arms. Kind of like watches you for a moment as you're explaining, and she's like, "Yeah, take me out there. I'll have a conversation with them." And you can immediately tell she's got something planned. She is bluffing here. She wants to go talk to the guards.
You understand that this won't go as well as you think it is, based on what you're thinking.
What?
I guess we'll have to see.
Are you
Well,
able to?
let's go.
Well, hold on. Stairs, what were you saying to Stu?
Is Stu able to like hold a body in his mouth without eating it? Hide it. I don't know if you have that kind of self-control, Stu.
I might be asking a lot.
Turkana
Might
has
be asking a lot.
done an excellent job of holding the guards off. So I think that Oriole starts to come to as you kind of patch him up and heal him. So it gets to like the end of that 10 minutes, and his eyes kind of flip open. It's like, ugh. Oh, he like holds his chest. Even though you like brought him to full health, he still got fucking blasted.
Yeah, he did.
So he's got some
I
bruises.
apologize for my friend's unruly behavior. But look, you're all better.
What happened? And he's just like very out of it.
You made a stupid decision, but you're okay now.
He kind of like looks at you. He also clocks that symbol of Denala. Kind of shakes his head. He's like coming back to, kind of remembering what happened. He's like, that does sound like me.
I did try to tell you it was a fight you couldn't win. But it seemed you wanted to prove me right.
What happened to Kotota and Naya?
They're fine. But I would appreciate you calming some of these nervous guards that seem to overhear our little argument.
He kind of like wrinkles his nose and then like kind of like smooths out his face, takes a breath. And he's like, you let the other two go, and I will do so.
It is done.
Okay. And he
We're
like
not holding them against their will.
puts his hand on a barrel and kind of stands up. He's like, take me to them.
Excellent.
And Teres here is starting to take the deep gnome, Nahia, out. And Steris has woken Oriole and is bringing Oriole through. And
everyone's fine.
And Naya kind of like looks at Oriole with concern, and he kind of puts a hand up and he's like, just let me handle it. She kind of nods. Yeah. Then you two head out to the front. Turkan, you see them walking up.
I'll move a space aside so that way I can let Oriole out.
Okay.
Such a gentleman.
Yeah. So he walks
Fucking Isha. Over here.
sitting.
I thought as soon as I left that room I'd see your token, but then I still didn't.
I'm watching.
Yeah, I can't see through the windows for some reason. So.
The shutters were closed. I haven't.
Because the shutters are closed.
Yeah, I haven't unshuttered the shutters.
Oh,
But
man.
Isha would have.
Isha.
Isha would have knocked down the pot, been like, oh,
get this out of the window.
Oh.
yeah, this is blocking my view.
Yeah, yeah.
First of all.
Um.
Oh, man.
So, yeah, the shutters just flip open and he's just sitting there on the other side.
Such a nice new statue you have, Oreo.
He like does a double take. He's like, what? Waves it off. He goes and talks to the guard and just says like, just had a bit of a drink. Got a bit rowdy with my new friends. You know how it is. Like, kind of explains the whole thing. And the one guard, the catfolk looks bored. The leader of the patrol looks skeptical at first, but kind of nods along. It's like, all right. And the angry dwarf is just like, are you fucking kidding me?
Oh.
He's roughly.
I'm just gonna smirk as best I can toward the racist dwarf.
We're both smirking at him.
Yeah. So he's fuming as this conversation goes along. The guard captain's just like, all right, maybe I can come inside for a drink. And then Oriole's like, not right now. I'm not feeling. I need to restore some of my stock. I'm not feeling terribly well. Not in the mood to serve right now. Come back in 5 hours.
Specifically.
Guard captain's like, all right. And kind of like turns the crew around. And they depart.
As they're leaving, I'll just mutter, should have brought a warrant.
Beautifully handled.
Oriole kind of takes a breath. It's like, now let the other two go.
We are not holding them, I told you.
Toda's like, oh, excellent. Leans down, starts picking up her bombs. Like just strapping them one at a time back to her belt. Hefts up like a big old axe, puts it on her back.
I'll take it as a compliment that we're so intimidating you thought you were being held against your will when you weren't.
I specifically was told to surrender. And then she like looks at Nahia for like backup, and Nahia just like rolls her eyes. It's like, let's just go. She like looks at Oriole as she's like going to pick up her weapon and shield, and he kind of gives like a very small shake of his head, and she kind of wrinkles her nose, but then leaves and sheathes her weapons.
It was a pleasure to meet you.
I'm not sure exactly what the Monte Calana equivalent of flipping the bird is, but she turns and does that.
Aww, how rude.
I think they like
First
think
you.
she likes you.
Is this like? Oh, scene. Is this like the fist in the air again?
Yeah.
Like an extended version of that.
Yeah,
What
do
are
it
you
to
talking
everyone.
about, man?
Yeah, do it to everyone.
And he turns flips off scene.
Am I
It's
doing
like-
it right?
Yeah.
What
it's
the
like
hell, dude?
It's like It's like the thing that you did at the bar, but additionally, longer.
More
He just
extended. Wait, what?
once again just like blinks, and all you hear is like the eyelid.
Just one.
Just one.
I
The sound of one massive.
I
eyelid.
love that you can hear the eyelid.
Yeah,
Terrible.
so
It's
big.
just like, yeah. You can hear it like peeling across the eye.
Ew.
I
No,
don't understand
thank-
why.
We need to get him some eye drops.
We do.
I
He
don't
is
understand
dehydrated.
why is this, and he fist bumps, okay, fine, and this, the bird, not fine.
Put that thing away, man.
Just throws up his hands. Okay, social norms are strange to me.
Anyway, should we go inside?
Yeah, Uriel kind of like turns and like just walks back into the dining room like dejected.
And we're gonna finish our conversation civilly.
Yeah, he like sits down, he like puts his and leans one elbow on the table, and like sets his chin in his hand, kind of like covering his mouth, staring at the wood grain.
Just so you know, it was your orc friend that busted the window, not us.
Yeah, you can't bill us for that one.
Kind of like looks over at the window and is like, under his breath, he's like, "Damn it, Katota! Throw a bomb in here too. That's not exactly what I had in mind." Looks to the other side where there's just like a scorch mark, just like a several like burns in the wall
Telling
where
me that-
electricity just like splashed all over the place in the brick.
They were in quite the fervor to save you.
You're telling me that you hired an orc that had literal bombs strapped to their chest, and you didn't expect them to throw them?
I thought they would perhaps use different weapons inside.
Nope.
Anyway,
He reaches over and grabs one of the drinks that he had brought in for you guys and starts like drinking out of it.
okay. So let's see. I appreciate you being forthcoming about where you directed Luka. We will be looking for him. But
You
since
have-
we were also told you were the one interpreting dreams, I would like to present one to you for interpretation.
Kind of, yeah, he looks across the table at you. Kind of like folds his hands under his chin now. He's like, "It wasn't a lie, you really.
Fucking Isha.
You've had the dream."
I have.
He seems like conflicted for some reason. Kind of like hesitates. Like somehow seems confused. But then kind of shakes it off and says, "Well, let me hear it and I'll do what I can. It's part of my duty."
Mm. When did this dream interpretation business start with you?
Oh, only about a week ago, I suppose.
Oh. Is that about how long we've been having the dreams?
Yeah, that's probably...
I was trying to get my timeline straight.
It might have been a bit longer for you to get here in that amount of time, but that's about right, yeah. Maybe a bit longer.
So you've been given all of these Stardreamers coming to you, fed by your friend Augustine. And then you direct them where you believe they need to go based on your interpretations. Is that right?
And again, he kind of like hesitates, like he's trying to figure out how to answer without giving too much away. And then he's like, I try to guide those that come to me. That is all.
All right. Sarah's will kind of all her snakes are kind of very alert as she starts to recount her dream to Oriole.
Okay.
She'll include that she hears the voice of Denala in her dream.
Okay. And since this is the first time everyone else in the room has heard specifically heard this dream, do you want to go into detail about what the dream was?
Well, pretty simple. Like, it's kind of an amalgamation of hearing the voice of Denala calling Staris to Monte Calana. And then she sees the star that appeared in the sky in her dream, kind of over Monte Calana. I can't remember if I had more than that.
No, that's pretty much it.
That's how I pictured it. Okay.
That's all I had from it. So he kind of seems to like perk up when you say you've heard a voice. And he kind of questions it. He's like, and you think this voice is Denala? Have you heard the voice before this dream?
Yes.
There's a pause. He kind of leans back in his chair a little, thinking. And he's like, sometimes the coming savior does use the voices of those that would be comforting to us. But it is strange that they would use Denala's voice.
The coming savior? Should I know who that is?
Isha will chime in.
Oh.
They don't know.
Oriole looks irritated. Just kind of like partially turns his head towards towards his shoulder and like scowls. And then like looks back to you, Staris, says like they are coming to set the forgotten ones free. The true gods of this world. And wipe the four from it.
But is she right? Do you not know who this one is?
Like many of these divine entities, we do not know their name. We know much about them, though. We know they travel the stars, breaking the chains that the four have put in place. Unshackling those that they've enchanted.
Are all the dreams you've interpreted quite similar to each other?
They have small differences. They are quite similar. They all include the star. They all hint at some different purpose. Some lead below, some lead north or south. There are tasks for all of us.
And if your dream interpretation is correct, then where is Steris' path to go?
She'll kind of look at him expectantly.
Either. Either the voice you hear is from the Savior and you have more instructions coming. Or the voice you hear is truly Denala, and you truly are my enemy.
Well, I guess it's up to interpretation. She'll kind of smile at him.
I'm sure you will find the truth soon.
Who put you in charge of managing all these, interpreting these dreams?
Yeah, he looks over and he's like, I suppose there's no harm in telling. My first dream showed me that someone would come to my door seeking help with one of these dreams of their own and gave me visions of what they saw. Visions of what I would need to help them. And I knew it was my purpose to be a guide. And the dreams continued for me, providing what I would need to guide the others that would come.
So sorry, just quick question.
The chair pipes up.
He looks over. He did see you walking earlier, so he's not super shocked.
You say you've been having these dreams for about... Sorry, my voice is going out. About 3 weeks? How long?
A little over a week, perhaps closer to 2.
A week. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I heard that. Yeah. So, like, what qualifies you to, like, interpret dreams, though, in just, like, a week? Just wondering.
He seems confused by the question, and he's like, it was ordained.
Like,
it was passed to me. Fine.
Don't you need, like, some other qualifiers? Like, I don't know.
A certification.
Studying.
A
Certification. Yeah. Schooling, you know. You just wake up a week ago and go, yeah, this is my destiny to interpret. I just wondered.
I don't think this
just a
man
question.
has the right qualifications for this job.
We're gonna report you to the Better Business Bureau.
I'm just saying because, you know, I wasn't always a chair, but
You weren't.
I studied. Yeah.
So it'd be a long time to be a chair.
Stu observed many chairs over the course of their life.
I just want to make sure you're not like, you know, you getting anything out of this other than just helping, I guess.
No, there's no other reward, no greater reward.
Well, damn, I'd be profiting. This is me, though.
Stu!
What? Anyway, carry on.
Carissa kind of looks at him and says, was it through the dreams that you met Augustine?
Yeah, it kind of shifts a little bit.
Oh.
He's like, it was because of them. He heard from a mutual friend that I was interpreting these dreams, that some of them might be coming from the Forgotten Below. Given his position, he was interested.
who's this mutual friend of yours?
He takes a breath and kind of like settles into his chair. He's like, I will not give away the others.
Well, once again, we're not your enemies. We're trying to help you.
Remember, that's up to interpretation.
He kind of like gestures at Steris, like, yeah, that's right. And then he like rubs his chin and he shakes his head. He's just like, I will do what I can to help you understand. I will not give up the others. And with that,
Better than nothing.
maybe we take a 5-minute break?
Konnor will be leaving.
Yes,
too,
true. Yes.
so.
Connor.
I'm sorry. I do have to go.
Yeah,
Um,
you've got a show.
but
You've got a
this
show in
shouldn't-
areas.
Exactly. This shouldn't be a common thing.
Yeah.
It was-
Look,
yeah.
we're playing on a Saturday. We're playing on Saturdays. We have a large group. I expect people to miss here and there.
Yeah.
So yeah, totally fine. I appreciate you hopping in and playing for a little bit.
Thank you for vaguely teaching tourists what the bird is.
And fucking blasting Oriole.
Yeah.
Of course.
I saw the first hit and I was like, oh, this man only has 10 health and the party is not very patient in this situation. Okay.
Frickin' scene of action comes and blasts the dwarf, pulls out a mic,
was
drops it, and floats off.
When that happened, I was like, man, maybe I should not play every character like this, where I'm like, go all in first, ask questions, never.
Man, maybe the scene of auction has some regret about laying that man out.
Yeah.
Like, oh, man.
Bodying the dwarf.
I was just trying to lay some missiles on the jam, but that was a little rough. I feel bad. That wasn't cool of me.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
not cash money.
Oh, not at all.
Okay. Thank you for playing. We will catch you later. And everyone else, I'll be
GG's, Connor.
Yeah.
I'll be back in like
Yeah, you guys
See you
have a
later.
5.
great rest of your session.
Thanks.
All right, bye.
Bye. Oh.
Too late.
I am back.
Welcome back.
I'm back.
Welcome back. I am so bad at taking notes while we play as a GM.
It is impossible, actually.
Sometimes I can take notes on... Well, last week I took notes on conversations as they were happening pretty well. This week I've done nothing.
It is so funny. I was looking for a parable. And I cannot remember the name of the parable, and it's bothering the fuck out of me.
Do you know anything about the parable you're looking for?
Yeah, but I'm not going to tell you.
Oh. Okay. I was going to offer my help, but if you don't want me to know...
I don't want you to know.
Well. Well, I hope you figure it out.
Me too.
Isha doesn't want us to know anything about Isha. The great mystery.
Hey, big.
Welcome back.
Think.
I think that's everyone?
Uh,
Oh, not V,
Yeah.
not Voraktee.
oh, there's me.
Whoa, I just got back to you.
Welcome back.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So, I believe Oriel was just refusing to answer questions about his compatriots. Scene of auction
Hi, Scene.
floated off.
Scene had a gig he had to get to.
Yep.
Gotta maintain our rooms for us at the inn.
So, what would you guys?
Yeah.
What would you guys like to do?
Okay, so there's a secret third person that's a part of this whole.
It's way more than 30.
Well,
on beer, be there, Bear.
Thank you for the reminder, laugh. And then V, I guess.
Well,
Oh, I see. All right.
Oh.
Do we have any other questions from this guy? Are you initially being truthful with us in terms of where you guided Luka to?
Yes. I think he went down below to Konnor Court. It's not further information there.
I suppose my last question for you is that you think that we are directly opposing what you're trying to do, but how do you know that you're not the one that's being misled in the first place?
He kind of like considers it, and then just kind of. Are you trying to convince him that he's being misled, or are you just like positing the question?
A little column A, a little column B.
Okay, go ahead and make a diplomacy check, and we'll see if you can kind of like plant a seed of doubt.
Yeah, especially because a giant tadpole was above my friend during these dreams.
I will aid with society.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
Oh, you did not need me to aid.
So he kind of considers it for a moment. At first, he seems like he doesn't even consider it. He just kind of like seems dismissive, and then kind of thinks for a moment, shifts uncomfortably in the chair. He's like, well, I suppose I do not know.
Are there any factual qualifiers that you have to confirm that these dreams have any merit or substance, or are you just taking it all on faith because it seems to be a group ordeal?
The star is now in the sky. The earth shook, and the star appeared.
Yes, and a bunch of mud men spilled out, and a bunch of people disappeared.
Why do you think the four are your enemy?
Kind of kind of gives you a look. He's just like, oh, we know they took this world from the true gods of this world. We know that over and over.
Muffled here.
What was that? Sorry.
A muffled here.
Yeah. He's like, over and over. When we progress too far, they leveled our progress to nothing. Kept us dependent. Those are not the actions of benevolent gods.
Parisa kind of or Parisa. Oh my god, wrong character. Oh my god. Sorry. Steris will kind of shrug at his answer.
Okay.
Well, I personally don't follow any of those gods, so I can't tell you that I believe them or the other way.
Isha's redecorating.
She's vandalizing. Leave her alone.
Vandalizing. easily bored.
I think he kind of looks at you, Cheris. And like, yeah, looks you over. And then he's like, then you'd do your best to keep your eyes open.
That's a tall order for him.
Now, what's that supposed to mean? I keep my eyes open all the time. Anytime I'm not sleeping, really.
Kind of like looks to stairs. He's like, why do I get the feeling he's the oddest one of the group? Somehow.
You are more perceptive than I give you credit for.
He hasn't seen his hallway yet.
Is Isha actually scribbling the word nonsense on the walls, or is it?
Oh, it is sense if you are Isha.
Yeah,
Oh,
well.
okay. Well,
However, if you were to read it, you would be like, what the fuck is happening here?
Love some non-linear Time Lord writing.
Correct.
well, Oriel, we thank you for your time, hospitality.
You have a very nice establishment.
Thank you.
There's a leaf.
It kind of seems confused when everyone just, well, not everyone yet, but when folks just start like walking out, leaving him there.
Me and Stu are waiting to eat him.
Yeah.
Ideally, what time of day is it?
It's you guys have been running around a bit, but it's mostly been down here in the dwarf tunnel, so it's probably not too late yet. It's probably afternoon, getting on towards evening.
I would love if Isha could hide in his bedroom and see if a tadpole floats above him at night, but I don't know if she'll do that. I don't even know if I can catch her to talk. That's the real problem. But I feel like if anybody could spy on him, it'd be her. Well, or Stu.
Yeah, or Stu.
You should ask Stu. Really.
I mean,
Stu is the sneaker.
I could. The sneakiest chair you'll ever see. Not me.
We just happened to leave Stu behind.
Paris, are you sure we shouldn't be in the prop hunt category on Twitch? Before Turris turns to leave, he's gonna like look at Uriel and be like, "Oh, actually, one last question. Do you know what a Ruchatic is?"
I have no idea.
Okay. It was very nice to meet you. You have a lovely place.
Thank you, I suppose.
Leo?
I'll kind of like be sitting really still and then jump to action. Start like scuttling after them.
Yeah.
Be like, actually, it smells like absolute crap here, and you should probably do some deep cleaning.
The exact opposite vibe.
He was like turning to look at you expectantly when you suddenly like scuttled away, and he still jumped a little bit despite fully knowing that you're like a mimic.
Very unsettling.
I just imagine him just doing that a lot, where he's just like sitting really still, and then he goes, anyway, and then just like.
Yeah.
I think he disassociates and he just like forgets he's there sometimes.
He's like, wait, I'm not actually a chair.
All right.
Method
Oh,
actor.
right. Oh my god.
Oh, look at that! Look at that bull go!
He's doing laps. Gotta get that energy out before bed.
Yeah.
Gotta get his steppies in.
Okay. What would you guys like to do now?
Are we just like outside the compound right now?
Yeah, you step outside his
Turn.
courtyard and you guys are all hanging out there.
We are hot on Luka's trail.
Is there anybody around that seems to be giving us the eye?
Always.
Not really. The guards, the two guards had taken off kind of as soon as you guys let them go. They didn't stick around. They just started walking down the road. And yeah, the actual town guards also left as soon as their business was done. So no one's hanging out, really.
To calm the court?
So it takes a day to go to Calma Court, you said?
Yeah.
Do we want to help out the cave-in before we go?
I almost think that might take precedence, considering how much information we have towards Luka. He seems like he could be relatively safe in Calma Court, and the situation with the cave-in might be in more of a dire straits.
Why do we care about the cave-in?
There are other earth elementals that are trapped here, and well beyond a situation that they have any comprehension of, as well as the nobility and the king of this place that's trapped as well. And I dare say, if we are the ones to be able to rescue the king, we might have a more favorable outlook amongst the locals and the guards.
If we save the king, he'll owe us.
I do like having powerful favors to call upon.
Do you think he has a really cool throne?
We will when you get there, Stu.
Yeah, that's right.
I have some pretty important butts set on me.
So we're gonna go be heroes.
Mercenaries.
Rose! Terrace walks up.
You can
When
always
this is all
choose.
over, I'm gonna
be a
eat him
villain.
first.
A choice I'm actively considering.
You can try!
Should we report back to Envoy first? I do want my money.
Oh yeah, we were gonna get paid for that, weren't we?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Envoy first, then cave in with the powerful
But we're
people.
already in the tunnels.
Are we?
Yeah, you guys are down in the dwarven part of the city under the mountain.
Okay, fine. We'll be heroes.
Shrug and follow tourists.
I like how everyone else in the group collectively agrees that Turris is very odd, but we haven't figured it out yet.
Well, out of a group of monsters, the most normal looking one is the oddest. So.
For real.
So you guys are gonna go find the cave-in.
Just FYI, on the way there, Terrace is gonna be like, an errand! You know what an errand is, don't you?
Yeah.
I have an errand. Myself. I will meet you there at the cave-in in an
To
hour.
who were you talking to?
All of you, everyone.
All of us, collectively.
Collectively. I have an errand. I will meet you there in an hour.
How would... Do you know where you're going?
I think so. I have a map.
Oh, he has a map.
And directions. Even better.
Wow.
Mad quest.
But do you know where you're going? Not like philosophically, of course.
Though that might be more interesting. We know where we're going.
Very good. I shall meet you all there at the cave-in in 1 hour.
3 hours later. Where's Turris?
So we'll.
Is that a tourist hour, an actual hour, or a V hour?
Oh.
Yeah, is this Isha time or Turris time?
Definitely not V hour. First time for sure, though.
Okay. For now, we'll stick with the other 4. Terrace will take off down a side hallway and then go off on his own. And the rest of you, what do you do? You're gonna go find this cave in?
I asked the
Yeah.
guard.
Yeah, the guard points you in the direction of the cave in. It's like, yeah, it's down that tunnel. Don't go anywhere near it. It's very dangerous. We don't know if other side tunnels are going to collapse. Things could be very unstable there. And he's just like babbling on about this. And then I assume you all walk directly in that. Or yeah, nods and walks towards. Just you start walking towards it, and he's like, hey, wait. And then he, after a moment, just gives up. He's like,
if he like catches up, Isha like puts like a wing like towards him and just is like whooshing him away like a fly.
Yeah, he kind of stumbles, and he's like,
It's dangerous. You should stay back.
Or, gotta, that probably knocked you back and your knees hurt and you want to take a nice...
He
I can help you.
looks at Stu, and he's like, I have duties I need to go take care of, and hurries away very awkwardly.
One of these days, it's gonna work.
I suppose technically I should have asked for a diplomacy check.
Do you think I'm gonna convince somebody to just sit in a talking chair?
I mean, maybe.
Yeah, sure.
It's the placing chair.
Not everybody knows what a mimic is.
Yeah. It's just a guard.
Yeah, true.
Not an adventuring sort. But you guys are pointed in the direction of the cave-in. You arrive, and there's a cave-in and a bunch of guards. There's a crew there already, like digging through the rubble. It's like kind of on the edge of the city. It doesn't seem like it continues on to like neighborhoods or anything. But it is like a kind of finely decorated tunnel up until the point where there's just a ton of rocks and rubble there. And they're trying to like build up kind of a support structure kind of around this tunnel. And trying to get the rubble out of the way. And it seems like it's very slow going. They can't just like blast all the rubble out of the way because more could just fall down, And Isha takes a sip.
We have to wait for tourists.
I mean, that's fair.
Can't just talk.
My glorious leader. Right here.
But yeah.
We're all discussing what errand could tourists possibly be running.
Well, while that discussion is happening, we can jump over to Turris. Turris, where do you disappear to? What do you disappear to do?
I'm going to basically take any kind of like, are there like alleyways and such here?
Yeah, there's tons. Yeah. You like come out of one of these small tunnels into another like neighborhood, yeah, you find a nook that you can slip into and do what you need to do. Do your back alley business.
All right, I'm gonna start my back alley business and spend an hour or two.
He's pissing.
Yeah, I'm just gonna pee in the back alley.
I'm calling the guards.
Public indecency.
You again? Oh, it's just the human. Better not catch you pissing here again.
So, Turris is going to like take a look around, make sure nobody's watching, and kind of waits for 5 or 10 minutes just to like ensure that like nobody's gonna like stumble in accidentally. And then he starts moving his hands in the air, and a kind of a runic circle starts forming on the wall in front of him. And it starts glowing and vibrating and humming. And it takes an hour to complete, but eventually a kind of a rather plain-looking kind of a dungeon door kind of materializes, kind of like phases out from the rock face, the wall face, into existence, and then the glowing around that kind of disappears. It just looks like a normal door in the wall.
Yeah.
And he pops it open and he walks in.
And you, of course, find yourself in the kind of entryway of your dungeon, which I believe is a tower. Now that we can see it from inside. But what is the general layout of this part of the dungeon kind of look like?
So this is a very expansive floor. There's a number of rooms, and he's kind of going around. He's like, what if I have a library in here? That'd be very useful right now with the floor and all this religious business. And, oh, no. Task at hand. Yeah, the room that he kind of enters into is kind of a large antechamber. It's lit with like a massive chandelier. There's there are a number of like books that do seem to be flying like which way to another to like other bookcases and things like that. And it's very nicely lit. A very long red carpet kind of like kind of travels this main hallway, and he goes down to kind of a more what you would call a kind of the living quarters of this floor. He kind of gives a knock on the closest door.
There's like silence for a moment, and then like a little bit of kind of this grinding sound, and there's kind of a confused like, come in.
Oh right, social norms are different from one speech. Anyhow, and he enters in. It's like, hello, my friend.
Yeah.
I trust you've been making yourself at home.
And inside we see the living boulder, the mudman, and the 2 earth wisps. Just like floating around, hanging out. The room's very dusty compared to the rest of. There's like a broom, like an animated broom, desperately trying to keep things clean, but every time any of them move around, there's just more rocks and dust on the ground. And the mudman is like reading through one of the books. He's like 10 pages into a book. He doesn't read incredibly fast, but the pages are likewise not clean.
No.
He like holds up the book. He's like, these are not made for. I think they're meant for a human hand.
Well, if you'd like, I can see if I can find some books that are more acclimated to your species.
I don't mind. Might be wrecked though.
Oh, I'm sure we have copies. Probably, I don't know. Anyhow, we found more of your friends.
Ah. I didn't. More were abducted. Where?
Well, that's just the thing. We're going to need your help to save them.
He, the mudman sitting in this chair that's like bending under his weight, kind of like puts his hands on his knees, stands up, and like just looks at the other 3 earth elementals and says something in Petrin, and then turns to you and is like, we will help our people.
Very good. there are just a few things that you should note. One, the local populace is a little alarmed at your presence, but we will smooth it out, especially because your people seem to be trapped in a cave-in, which I'm sure that you are very good at assisting with. Two, it seems that the nobility of the locals are also trapped in this cave-in. So, if we are to help them, we can show that you mean no harm, and we know that they mean you no harm. It's just an entirely wild misunderstanding that we all got caught up in, and we can bring people here as well to stay safely, securely, until we can get you back home. Does that sound good?
There is a pause, and he's like, "You talk a lot."
I don't talk enough.
We will help. And he nods like that, just answers it.
Very good. Tally-ho!
And he follows. Follows you back to the door. And so does the living boulder and the wisps. So yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna lead them out and close the door and lock it behind me. And it's gonna stay there for now.
Okay.
I'm actually I'm going to also kind of like summon another set of those runic circles. These ones kind of smaller and floating in the air. And they're kind of horizontally planed in comparison to the ground. And it actually splits into two circles, one going up and one going down from like midsection of me. And material in that materializes my item, my Eidolon, the suit of armor.
Ah, excellent. Yeah, the summoning kind of like finishes and his heavy feet kind of hit the ground. And for the first time, you see your Eidolon. What do they look like?
It is a suit of very heavy armor with a long sword. The visor is completely black, and it's got kind of a red tuft tail coming out of the top of the helmet.
Ah, very
Very
nice.
shiny white armor.
Okay.
Kind of a big metal, like kind of mouthpiece sort of a thing. It's jutting out at a point.
Posh, fancy, imposing. Excellent. All right.
And he's gonna say, "Hello, Armus. I'm going to need you to stay here and guard the door. Don't let anyone in."
There's a mechanical problem with this. I'm not sure if you're aware.
Oh, can he not stay? Oh, does he have to stay around me?
Yeah, within 100 feet.
Oh,
So,
okay, yeah.
If you have not discovered this yet, you can walk 100 feet away, and then Armus disappears.
Fine, all right, we'll do that.
Yeah. So, let's see. It was Konnor was voicing shit.
Yeah. Oops.
So, he like the armor just nods, and then you start walking away with the all the 4 earth elementals in tow. And then you feel this kind of like you get like almost a tension headache, like kind of in the very like back, kind of where your neck meets your skull. There's just like a little bit, just like feels like a pinched nerve back there. And then just suddenly that's gone, but then you hear a voice that's just like, "Hey boss,
Yes.
they disappeared. I'm back in your head.
Ah,
Back in the dungeon."
All right. Well, good to know. I suppose we'll figure it out. Just guard the door from the inside, I suppose.
You got it.
But peacefully, just turn them back away. Say they shouldn't be here. Blah blah blah.
You hear the unmistakable like ringing thunk of like the tip of the longsword just like hitting the brick. And he's just like, "I'll take care of them."
Excellent. I'm sure you'll do well. And Turris will march the earth elementals to the cave-in.
All right. With their kind of longer range tremor sense, with their kind of like ability to sense these things, you get there rather quickly. They're able to kind of tell, especially the wisps, are able to kind of tell which direction this is. yeah, everyone else, you are waiting for the arrival of Terrace, and he arrives rather promptly. It's about like an hour and 5 minutes when he arrives. Maybe 10 minutes, whatever. With 4 Earth Elementals in tow. Very familiar looking boulder with a face, and a mudman with not much of a face, and then the wisps.
I immediately stance up and try to attempt to wrestle one of these things.
Oh my god.
Yeah, as they're approaching the mudman, kind of like also, you know, seeing you stand up, kind of also gets like in kind of a wrestling stance. They're like,
No.
looks over.
First physically gets in the way between the two. We're all on the same team. They're going to help us. They're going to get through the cave-in much faster than these dwarves will.
I look down and then step over.
Okay.
You brought them. They agreed to help.
Yes, of course. They're going to help save the king, nobility, and their friends.
He said we'd be
Go on, keep them
friends
safe.
with the king.
More or less.
This will be interesting.
More. Much. He said much more. Definitely not less.
Very well. Shall we go? And Terrace marches them towards the front of the cave-in.
Okay. And as you were on your way here, like there was quite anyone who kind of like, I mean, seeing the Earth Elementals kind of calmly walking through the streets kind of had them more confused than like up in arms, but there was definitely a bit of alarm here and there. And as you're kind of walking up to where these teams are working, the guards that are there like turn, and like a couple of them immediately start drawing weapons. They're like, "What? Keep their. Those are the ones that caused this in the first place. Keep them back."
No, they did not.
They did.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did. It was the Earth
Not these
Elementals.
ones specifically.
Nope, that's not true.
Nope, that's not true. That's not true. That's a lie.
Also, you're kind of generalizing, just saying, like.
It might not have been these Earth Elementals, but they're friends that came here with them. They're people. They're countrymen. They caused this. All sorts of other problems.
Also-
They attacked us.
Well, let me ask you. If you felt like you were abducted suddenly into a strange situation and you're surrounded with you and your friends, wouldn't you be a little confused and irate and aggressive?
Why are we talking?
Well, that's
Why are
exact-
we talking about the people they abducted now?
They didn't abduct anyone. They were abducted just like people were abducted here.
Oh,
it was a little bit of
sure.
It was a little bit of a switcheroo. They don't mean to be here any more than the people that got abducted mean to be wherever they are.
Yeah, a likely and then like another of the guards with him kind of like walks up. He's like, I mean, like the ones we've captured and talked to, like they do seem really confused. And he's like, you are above your station right now. I will handle this. You just step back. But go ahead and give me a diplomacy check. See if this guy's buying your story.
You want me to make a diplomacy check?
Yeah.
Okay. Ew.
You do
I
have
was
two.
spending
You
hero
do have
point.
two hero points.
Yeah, I'm gonna use one of those. Okay, how do I? I'm just gonna click it off. I don't know how to-
Yeah, you
Right
can,
click,
like,
right click
it.
on the on
Right
the
click
thing on the
your
right.
Okay.
Yeah, when you.
Oh yeah. I'll do that next time.
Oh.
You
Oh,
freaking.
Should have done it this
kidding me.
time.
Buddy.
I can use it. I can do it one more time, right?
No.
You can
Oh,
only
okay.
use fortune effects once per roll.
Good thing. Okay.
So he kind of crosses his arms and he's like, Look. You just keep them away and we won't arrest them. How does that sound?
Well, they've done nothing wrong. How can you arrest them?
They're invaders. Their associates disturb the peace. That's plenty reason enough.
They're invaders that are trying to help with this cave-in that you're not seeming to get anywhere with.
A likely story. We've got it under control. Just keep them out of our way.
Under control.
Do you have it under control?
Can I just like shoulder past them and start like moving rocks that they can't move by themselves?
Steris is gonna do her favorite thing again.
Oh. there's like
How many are there? Shit.
there's like 10 guards here and then a
fuck.
couple working teams of like probably another 10,
Damn.
15 people just like moving rocks, setting up supports and stuff. Just to
That's not going to help us.
just to set the scene.
Never mind. I thought there was one guy. Oh. Well, Turris, you gotta leave your buddies behind.
Is there somebody else in charge here that I could speak to?
I'm in charge, buddy.
Give me your manager.
Let me speak to your manager. Let me speak to your boss.
You can
Let me speak to your boss.
Your boss's boss.
I go over to the elementals and we exchange silent looks of you should just burrow underground.
Yeah, they
Earth elementals. What the fuck?
he turns
What?
in Petrin just like says it says something in Petra to the boulder and then the two wisps and they all just like dip into the earth.
Smart.
And this
Isha sits exactly where she was when she was speaking to the elementals and just sits down and just like doesn't even turn.
Just like my work here is done.
Yeah, precisely. Precisely. It's like it's time for a rest. I have done enough work for today.
and this guy's still
Oh, look, they're all gone.
still arguing with you guys. He's like, I am the captain of the guard. If you want to go find the head of the army, anyone else who supersedes me, go ahead. But I'm busy here.
Do I notice that what happened with the elementals and
I think
Isha?
he does first. Like after he berates you with this, he kind of like looks past you and does a double take. And he's like, oh, well, your friend sent him away already. I guess they wised up. Move along.
Okay. I'll return to the group. Is the hole they made pretty like obvious getting over there? Like what am I seeing? Like what's going on? Here?
Generally, when elementals burrow, they don't actually like leave a hole.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
It is more like they turn into dirt and then reform themselves out of it. Yeah.
This is the thing they do. So yeah, they kind of like phase through it instead of, they're not bulleting through it or anything.
Great.
Yeah. So
Well, these guards are less than helpful. I suggest we find an offshoot tunnel and probably start from there.
Well, the guard doesn't give a shit now that the elementals are gone. Did I interpret that wrong?
Well, he doesn't want us interfering either, but he seems
Oh.
less irate.
I thought it was just the elementals. Oops.
And he was especially upset at the elementals.
I see. Well, did you have any luck locating any offshoot tunnels during your errand?
Yeah, not well. Actually, these guys took me through some interesting ways that I didn't think of. Perhaps they can lead us to an appropriate place to try to get past the cave and around it somewhere else.
Maybe they just need some time.
He just said, just wait with me. Let us rest.
Is that they're not actually just there, they have moved along, like, through anyhow, or they're just chilling underground waiting for us?
You make a perception check.
Oh, good.
That's fine.
I can't
It's
roll
pretty
over.
pretty tough to, like, you don't feel any movement under you or anything. You felt like maybe a slight rumble under you going the other way when you first kind of walked back to the group, but yeah, there's not really an easy way to tell if they're still there underground. Yeah, after a couple of minutes, you do hear some, like, alarm from the working crews. One of them's like, I think we're breaking through. I see the other side. I thought this was much deeper. And they kind of keep working for a couple more.
Not the mystery language.
Yeah, they keep working, keep pulling away stone, and on the other side, they've, like, they kind of start widening the hole, and the working team is like, I think there's elementals helping us from the other side. And the captain of the guard immediately turns and glares at all of you and, like, starts storming over.
We start whistling.
Meanwhile, on the other side, it looks like they've, like, kind of softened up a bunch of the rock and then, like, kind of done their magic to move it around. They've, like, made supports out of rock. They've, like, reformed the entire tunnel. They don't really have a ton of earth-shaped power, but they've done kind of what they can to, like, between the wisps kind of resonating with the rock and the mud wretch like softening it, and then the boulder kind of having very precise tremor sensing, kind of like helping keep things stable. There's a very stable tunnel on the other side. And the captain of the guard walks up. He's like, you sent them through without any kind of authorization. You could have put us all in danger.
But we didn't.
No, I couldn't.
Kind of sneers, and he's like, that tunnel could collapse at any moment. It's not safe. We don't know what they did to...
You don't know that.
You don't know that they didn't.
You don't get to question me.
He goes like a
know,
little
like,
slack-jawed. And he's...
Now, we're all on the same side. We're trying to help fix this cave-in as much as you are. It's to everyone's benefit for everyone to work together.
It is to their benefit to sit aside and let us clean up their mess.
Oh, there's not a mess. It's a tunnel now.
Don't get cute
Did I-
with me.
Well, I think they're rather cute too, but now's not the time.
He just starts walking through. This just starts glitching past. And he kind of like sneers at all of you and turns and just like, get the patrols organized. We're going through.
You're welcome.
I'll see you
receiving them.
arrested.
For helping? Wow.
This is actually the exact opposite of obstruction of justice. We have removed the obstruction of justice.
Also, if it collapsed, like, man, if we died because we were the ones who did it, wouldn't that just, like, not be anything off their back, right?
Right.
I don't get their logic. Not that I'm doing anything.
Why don't you all go through first? See if your friends laid a trap for us. Go ahead.
Okay.
All right.
All of us, yeah, sure.
And just proceeds into the tunnel.
All right. Okay. Okay. You guys start heading down the tunnel. It's kind of an interesting tunnel, not really like a residential space, it seems like. Not a lot of side doors. Yeah. What exactly are you guys doing, I guess? What are you hoping to do next?
I'm gonna meet back up with Mr. Boulder. The Boulder.
Just a boulder? He's a rock.
He's a rock. And look at him and smile and said, You all did very excellent work. We need to find your friends as well as some other the locals that are trapped down here.
Yeah, they kind of, again, the Mudman nods and kind of like repeats the instructions kind of to the other three. The two wisps kind of just go like flying off. They're pretty zippy. That's a lie. They only fly 20 feet, but they start flying off.
They feel zippy.
Yeah, they kind of like both.
20 fly speed is actually pretty zippy.
It's pretty good. They both like kind of fly down the hall and then like dip into the walls again, kind of earth gliding through. And then the boulder starts kind of rolling ahead, and the Mudman turns, and it's like, I guess he says a Petrin name. Oh no, where'd my common go? Hold on. But yeah, he's like, Kurth Nakan will lead. Tell us where there are signs of other earth elementals.
Very well. We shall investigate. And kind of like lead them down the hall. But I assume that you would also probably be able to kind of find some sort of signs as well, considering you know how your brethren move and shape rock.
He kind of like holds up his kind of like muddy hands and then points them towards the earth. He's like, what I'm made of dampens vibrations.
How novel. Anyhow, friends, let's go.
Kind of like looks back to his hands and he's like, I didn't know I got any book in my hands. And yep, starts following his friend. So you guys start down this tunnel. It seems like it's fairly fancy. It's like moderately decorated. There's lots of like arches through this tunnel. And kind of the first thing you find, the first kind of like side hallway, is this like there's like one half of a big double door still like on its hinge and like slightly ajar, and then like kind of another tunnel that's like partially collapsed, and like part of the doorway is kind of collapsed, and then like a little bit of a hallway that's got a bit of rubble in it, not as fully collapsed as the other one. There's just kind of like debris in the way. And you peek in, there's like a large lift with like chain attached to it on either side with just like a bunch of like rubble and rock kind of on it. It's like tilted in a jar hanging off its chains, like pushed to the side of this lift shaft. And it's like quite big. Big enough that like the whole party and then like another group the same size could probably all fit on it. But currently, the rocks have it rather... It looks very precarious in its current situation. And then kind of the...
Isha's like confused because she forgot how long these people have been down here for. A day? Has it been a week?
It's been literally 24 hours, about? Almost exactly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Mitchell's like, these people are fucking dead. What are we doing here? All roads lead to Kalma Court.
All roads lead to Kalma Court.
Well, that one's a bit inaccessible at the moment.
Okay, so the door is hanging precariously.
Yeah. And it doesn't look like... I mean, the lift is at the top. It doesn't look like it's been used in a little while, at the very least. Like, the last position it was in was up here and not down at the bottom. But yeah, there's, like, one door kind of attached to the hinge, open a little bit, and then the other side, the door is, like, off the hinge and, like, buried under a bunch of rubble in this kind of half-collapsed doorway.
Stu, you don't smell Luka here, do you?
I'll take a sniff.
Just in case, I'm just covering my bases.
Go ahead and make a survival check.
It wouldn't be a bad idea to see if we can smell any dwarves in general, or maybe whatever earth element to smell like.
He can't smell shit.
You're welcome to re-roll it if you want. We're in the last hour, so using up hero points probably not a bad idea.
Oh god. Tried to use it and I added it. More for me.
More for you.
Oh my god. Almost rolled that 20. But 18 is still pretty good. You smell something fancy, but it is a much like kind of like it's definitely a different smell. Doesn't smell of like the same kind of aged wine that like the other cologne kind of smelled of. Doesn't smell like Luka.
Interesting.
Does smell like someone with a yeah, so someone with a fancy scent got led off down the tunnel past this lift.
I smell that smells smelly. Maybe wait, we were looking for royalty, right?
Yes.
Well, that checks out, but I don't smell Luka, no.
I guess if we follow the royal smell,
Okay.
maybe we'll get where we're going.
Lead us, noble chair.
You're the leader now, Stu.
Follow your nose.
Should I use you like a dowsing rod and just hold you up and...
Yep.
Fine.
Warmer.
Considering I don't have the same speed as everybody else. It's a little harder. I have one of my legs is loose.
Oh no.
My back is straight. You guys, someone should carry me. Or
Turn on up.
Anyway, Stu's just rattling off all these reasons why he can't be leader. Without actually saying he doesn't want to.
Okay. Stu won't be the leader, but you are providing us
use-
guidance on
yes.
where we're going.
I'll keep my
Sniffers
sniffers
going.
snuffing.
Okay. So you keep on sniffing.
Okay.
You come to kind of there's a couple places where it kind of like branches. One in particular, like the smell is leading off kind of still kind of off to the left at this branch. But one of the earth wisps kind of like pops out of the wall, and is like chirping a bit, and the mudman kind of like nods again, and then turns and is like, "They say there is something strange that way."
Ooh.
Strange how?
Like a closed, open door.
Huh.
Ah.
I suppose we should investigate.
He nods emphatically.
Tally-ho!
You guys head down that hallway, and you eventually find exactly what the wisp is talking about. There's a spot where there's like there's these doors kind of attached to the wall, open, but then you look inside the doors, and there's just like flat earth, just like covering the door, just in front of the door, like filling the space between the door frame.
Like an earthen wall.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Turn to the mudman and ask, "Do you think that your friends down here could have done this?"
Yeah.
Can
You
undo it?
Yeah, can you undo it, please?
He like
Mm.
walks over to it and like kind of puts his hands to it, and it kind of like all starts softening a bit, and then he just reels back and he starts like punching it over and over and over.
I join him.
Ah, excellent. On the other side, as you're like punching through, you break through. You hear like a little bit of a muffled commotion from the other side. And you break through and you pretty quickly see what it is. There's like just a bunch of, there's like 5, maybe like 6 guards in there wearing like different colors. There's 2 that look like the guards you've seen here, but then 2 kind of wearing a very different style of armor with like different colors, and then 2 again wearing another different style of armor, like all kind of like chainmail and like kind of like plate shoulder guards and everything, and like kind of cloaks over that with like kind of fine bright colors, but different colors between the 2. And as you're like punching through, one of them's like, oh, it's not the elementals. And the other one's like, no, there's one right there. There's one right there. It's like, but they're with it. And there's just like a lot of confusion inside.
There's a lot of confusion inside. There's a lot of confusion outside. I'm so confused.
Same. We're all confused.
Oh.
But as you like,
I'm gonna shout. Oh,
go ahead.
I was just gonna shout out, "Hello, we'll be with you in a moment."
One of them is like, thank you for getting us. And another one's like, shut up, they're with the ones that got us here in the first place. And once you guys are kind of like all the way, well, once you guys are like halfway through, it's very clear that like three of them have drawn their weapons and are like standing back in kind of a defensive position, and the other three are looking like unsure.
We're heroes. Come to save you. She says in that tone.
One is like, you don't look it to me.
You shouldn't judge everything. Yeah. Sometimes there's more than meets the eye.
No.
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 Another one is just like, just shut up. They're letting us out. They've clearly come to save us. And the one kind of holding his weapon out, it's like, who are you with? Who sent you? You don't look like you're with the city guard.
We sent us.
Yeah, what he said.
Kinda,
Actually, if we listened to the captain of the city guard, you'd be trapped in here for who knows how long.
he always
And
did proceed cautiously.
whenever the rock wall or the earth wall is kind of like obliterated, I'm gonna like squeeze past the two that were just punching it down.
And one in this kind of like blue armor kind of like pushes past the others. It's like, have you found the king?
We hope he was with you.
And kind of shakes his head. It's like, they decided, they learned that we were the guards, that we were not very important. Put us here. We're safekeeping, I guess. Kept the royalty with them.
Who's they?
The elementals.
Oh.
No, you seem like a smart. Considering your station as well, you must be very wise. And so, what I'm about to tell you, I'm sure you'll understand better than the captain. You see, the Earth Elementals were transported here against their will, and so they became
Puts his hand up.
very irate.
He's like, as long as we find the king, I do not care.
Very good. Just as long as you know you shouldn't attack right off the bat.
Yeah, he like turns
Fine.
and he like pushes down the spear of the one guy, pushes the one sword away. Like, come on, we don't have time for this.
We're all on the same side. Where did they go?
The one that was like just had everyone else calm down, kind of like gestures to the rock wall. It's like, our vision has been a little obstructed. You'll excuse me if I'm not certain where they went after this.
Do. Use your sniffer.
Who's sniffing?
Well, it's back at the fork of the road.
Easy.
Easy. All right. Gotta go.
Yeah, you guys start back to the fork. The one of the guards, one of the ones in like green, kind of like turns to one of the dwarf guards who was being a little standoffish. It's like, Kevin, they just start like ribbing each other a little bit, more than friendly ribbing. Just saying like kind of embarrassing that these adventurers found us, whoever they are, found us before your town's guard did. And they just kind of go back and forth about it, bicker a little bit with each other. They're grouchy. They've been in here for a while. Their irritation with each other has probably been rejuvenated by the breath of fresh air after being sealed in there for a day. They are not getting along. You
Are the guards in green? Is my assumption is that these are like 3 starkly different uniforms.
Yes, quite. Yes. And yeah. You are correct.
I'll give you a society check to see if I can identify the uniforms.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna ask if they had like a symbol on them. I wasn't gonna ask for a society check because I don't actually care. But Eric can do that.
Do that.
It's very clearly like a couple of guards, a couple of royal guards from Temel, and a couple of royal guards from Lanova. 2 places kind of pretty far north, 100 miles north or so.
Okay, so green is who?
Green is Temel. Blue is Lanova.
You know, for the longest time, I thought that name was Lenovo.
Lenovo.
Like you pronounce it like Lenova, but you know, like...
Right. It is a name that feels a bit weird in the mouth, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. And I have definitely described their symbols in the past. It is not in my brain at the moment, I'm sorry. I just have to go double check. I don't know why. Symbols are a thing I don't think of beforehand, and they never make it into my session notes.
Yeah, easy identifiable visual markers are, you know.
No. They definitely have them, and I'll definitely go find them, but I don't have them right now. Okay. So yeah, you get the impression that both of the foreign royal guards kind of blame the city guards for what's happened. And the Lanova guards think that the Queen of Temel, I guess, maybe, yeah, the Queen of Temel kind of like is the reason the guards got separated. But they're really just slinging accusations around. Except one...
You should just, like, stop. Has it ever crossed your mind that you're all 3 at fault?
The quieter of the Lanovan guards, like, all of them look offended except this quieter guard who's just like, yes. And then all of the others kind of go from looking offended to looking kind of ashamed.
Thank you.
Did I say Lanovan? I meant Temelian guard. Quieter Temelian guard.
She was just like, stop fucking bickering.
And from there, they are quiet. So, you guys continue back to the branch, or the fork, and down tunnel. It quickly... You find the spot where they got sick of following these silly, dwarf-made, nonsensical tunnels and just fucking blasted. And just started, like, digging their own. And it, like, goes from, like, horizontal tunnel that definitely led somewhere to just, like, very rough, uneven, like, gouged tunnel down at, like, a 25-30 degree angle. It turns into kind of a steeper grade going, like, downward. And there's no sign of where this tunnel originally led to. That is like, you know, that the rock has been pushed aside and pushed into wherever that tunnel used to be. And it leads down for a ways, and then into kind of like a natural tunnel. And Stu is able to point in the direction of kind of where the scent is coming from. And you eventually come to a kind of like large opening. There's like a couple of branches, a couple of twists, enough that you think the like city guards, without your help and without the help of any of your earth elemental friends, they're probably not going to catch up for a little while. You know, without some intervention from you guys. And you kind of come across a open area with just a lot of earth elementals lumbering around. Some more like mudmen, some living boulders, a couple of like these like earthy dog-like things kind of roaming around, and then one kind of bigger rock elemental. Just kind of like standing off in the corner where like in a couple of rudimentary cages you see a couple of folks in like rather fancy clothing, kind of locked up. I say locked up. There's no lock. Earth has been formed around them in the shape of a cage. There's like there's a grumpy-looking dwarf. There is an old man and a kind of like middle-aged woman, looking kind of like unimpressed, unbothered, just like standing in their separate cages or sitting. Old man's eyes are closed. They all look a bit like dusty and dirty. But they're there.
I'm gonna turn to my boulder guy, and I'm gonna like look up to him and say, "All right, friend, I'm going to need you to help me negotiate with whoever's leading the your group here to free the prisoners and bring you all back to safety, so that you don't have to worry about people being too aggressive and misunderstanding your situation."
He kind of like turns to you and like kind of nods, and then like looks to the side and like nods again, and then he's like, I go find the one in charge, talk to them.
Very good. Would you like me to come with you, or should I stay here?
He kind of like looks you up and down. He's like, shrugs. Doesn't matter to me.
Very good. I shall go with you.
Then one of the guards is like, shouldn't we all go with? We should.
Oh yes, if that's okay, then all of us should go.
No, we should be like setting up like a distraction and then like getting them out.
No,
You're-
no, absolutely.
We're going
not.
to reason with them.
That will just make the situation even worse.
I will keep these ones under control.
Very good, dear
Just
Sphinx.
eyelessly looks at them, just like.
A couple of them look unsettled. Let's see.
Spinster, or not Spinster Staris. Aren't you supposed to be the scary one? Why aren't you helping?
You know, I do get tired. She'll kind of turn and hiss at them to listen. Let us take the lead.
Go ahead and roll a diplomacy check. Some of them are already following your lead, and some of them are antsy as fuck. Okay, all right.
If any of them try to get ahead of us, I will just pull them by their cloaks back.
By their collars.
Yes, thank you. Collar was the word I was looking for.
Yeah,
Okay.
I know the word you were looking for.
They will yeah, they'll follow your lead for the most part. You guys start like
Oh.
approaching this group. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Isha and Turkon are staying back with the guards.
I think everyone's going ahead, but you guys are just gonna keep
Okay.
an eye on the guards to make sure that they, stay in their lane.
Got it.
Okay.
So she'll kind of follow Turris.
All right. Okay. So you guys are approaching, and pretty quickly a couple of earth elementals like kind of catch notice, and another like mudman kind of walks up, and your mudman friend kind of like puts a hand up, and they talk in Petrin. And the other one kind of like nods and starts walking with you. And then the earth elemental that's kind of like standing over by the prisoners, which is like, it's kind of a visage of like, looks a little bit like a knight riding a horse, but it's like a very rough carving. Very, very like rough hewn out of stone. Is kind of what it looks like. Like there's no detail on like anything. It's very like blobby. And the knight doesn't have like a head. It's a little unsettling. And like attached to their right, where their right hand would be, there's just like a lance of like steel.
That's rather novel.
And like the horse's head kind of like jerks, the horse part of this creature kind of like jerks over and sees you all approaching, and then the whole creature kind of like turns and faces you, and kind of like raises the lance and shouts kind of like a very grinding, gravelly command. And then the mudman kind of, your mudman kind of turns and in common, in Toldane, says, he says, no weapons. All weapons down.
Okay. You heard the madman.
Well, we don't have any.
Yeah.
I was like,
The other,
I don't have
when you start to put down weapons, the one Chameleon Guard, she like unsheaths her sword, puts it on the ground, and kind of like stands back up, kind of like shrugs her shield off, sets that on the ground too. Kind of like turns and tells the others to do the same. One of the Lonovan guards is like, "You're mad. They don't even have the king's hands bound. We release him, and they have no chance." And then the Chameleon Guard kind of like glares at him. It's like, we do this their way for now. See how it goes. We do not dishonor our lords again. And the others kind of fall in line, basically.
Nice.
There's a clatter as they less respectfully toss their weapons on the ground. And then this earth elemental, which I meant to show the picture of, kind of like lowers his own lance and kind of like gestures with the other hand for you to approach. And Dis is the man.
Oh, God. It's wild. I love it.
I should have mentioned the spear is also very rough-hewn steel. It's just like a chunk of like steel ore that's just been like ripped out and sharpened.
Metal, bro.
And then
tourist purchase.
Okay, yeah. The horse kind of like stamps its foot on the dirt a little, and kind of coming from where the rider's head would be. It's just a voice that, in common, in Dolphin, says, "We did not need our prisoners returned to us, but I appreciate the gesture."
Oh, they're not prisoners.
They were.
Well, yes, but they're not any longer.
We're here to be mediators of a sort.
Precisely. As I've explained to any motions to my mudman, our mudman, and I would imagine that I would have like we heard his name before, right? Or I would have gotten it at least.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think I've given you guys a name for him.
Mudwretch.
But it's just Taln.
Taln.
Yeah.
As I explained to Taln here and his group of people that were spirited away here, the people that are part of this town had nothing to do with your kidnapping, and are just as confused and irate at the event as you are. For a number of their people were also spirited away to somewhere else, possibly your plane of existence. It's a third faction, a third party that had its hand in causing this chaos to both of you.
Kind of like a shift. Creature kind of like shifts back and forth a moment, and then says, "My brethren are too young to remember any of the incursions, but I have a hard time believing that we are here by accident."
And I can't say one way or another that your presence here was a quote-unquote accident. All I can tell you is that whoever did do this to you are not the people that you have captured, and are not any of the people that live in the city.
That is clear.
And if you are as old as you say you are, you must be very wise then. Now, perhaps while the situation is, we would like to try to get you back home. And in the meantime, find somewhere safe for you to stay, whether it's here or somewhere that I can find. I've been letting any motions to Taln and the others. I've been letting them stay somewhere safe that's out of the way, that's that they don't have to worry about the people here being antagonistic or anything because they're afraid of the situation. It would be a great help an olive branch, if you will, if you were to any motions to the people in the cages, let these people go, and it will help serve as a sign that you are not an aggressor here. You did not mean to be here, and the situation just got out of hand very quickly.
He turns to Tone, and there's another kind of like gravelly, low-pitch vibration hum from him, and then from Tone, and then from Kirsten Conheal, and from both of the wisps. And turns back to you, says, the short one says the one with living hair tied him in vines.
Yes, and she's very sorry about that.
Incredibly sorry.
Kind of turns, hums again, gets a hum back, turns back to you. He says she did not apologize.
She'll turn and kind of glare at you. I'm sorry.
There you have it, an apology.
He says good enough.
Better be.
And then kind of like...
The
Go ahead.
As I said, the situation was quite surprising for us all, and we tried to de-escalate as quickly as possible.
Yeah, he says, I am grateful that you have taken care of my brethren. But I have no need for deals or delays. I have no intention of working with the dwarves above. And he kind of like points to the old man in the cage, eyes closed. He's just sitting cross-legged, and kind of like leaning against his rock cage. Points at this man, says, "This one knows the arcane." Says he knows how to get us back. We have no need to make further deals. We have a solution already.
May I speak to the man?
He considers it, and then kind of like looks, points past you with the spear to the guards behind, and says, "The ones you brought are prisoners.
Oh, no, they're not.
They are fervent, foolish."
Well, that may be true, but also they are loyal. You capture the people that they swore an oath to protect. Of course they would be fervent in their desire to defend them.
I am hesitant to let any commands, any messages pass back and forth.
There are so many of you. I don't see why you should be worried.
Absolutely. If he has knowledge of the arcane and said he knew how to send you back, why hasn't he done it yet?
Because he can't.
I thought they said his hands were unbound.
Ah, no, you misunderstand.
Oh, okay.
Can't.
Oh, he's lying.
Perhaps some things would be cleared up if you know that I mean you no harm here. We don't. The guards are amicable for now, letting us take the lead. Perhaps please just let me speak to your prisoners, and maybe we can find a solution that works for you, and we'll maybe help get you back faster, even. That's all we really want.
Go ahead and make a diplomacy check. A lot of these rolling around. I don't think you've diplomacied this guy yet.
Nope.
Okay, all right.
I'm gonna use my hero point. If I use my hero point, does it take lower or just the newest one?
It forces the reroll, so it just takes the newest one.
Oh, I'm scared now.
I mean, a 7 is not a great result, but there's lots of room for improvement.
Yeah, and if someone wants to help, they can. If someone wants to assist in any way with any skills that they find relevant. Or that they think I'll find relevant.
I mean, I can just be glaring at everything.
Okay, all right.
Do I need to roll intimidation for the glare?
Who are you glaring at? Who are you trying to intimidate?
Right now I'd intimidate the guards.
The one that Turris is talking to.
Okay. One thing to be aware of with intimidate is that if you succeed, it makes people like you less. It makes them more pliable for a day, up to a day, and then they have a worse relationship with you after that.
Gotcha.
Asteris will notice him start to glare and kind of like shove an elbow at him. Time and place.
I'm just I'm unwillingly, not unwillingly, unawarely, staring at people.
I was just looking around.
And
he's got that.
Sorry, jeez.
He's got that resting bull face.
Yeah.
Yep.
I will cast guidance on him, so he will get a +1
Okay.
status. But there's not a way for me to. I can't think of a way to like flip this deception or anything into a check, so I'm not going to.
Okay. I mean, guidance is great. Okay. And Turgon, you've decided not to assist.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
And Turris, before I reveal the results, would you like to reroll a hero point or keep it there, knowing that you're getting a +1 from guidance and maybe some help?
YOLO.
Hey.
Better by one.
Yeah, he kind of like looks between you all, and then starts to step aside, and then says, "Proceed. Those ones, stay back." And he like gestures at the guards.
That's fair.
yeah, that's fair. And Turris puts a hand on his heart and kind of bows at the horse individual and says, "Thank you for your generosity." And he approaches the cages.
All right. Yeah, you walk up. And the woman kind of had her arms crossed. She was standing, leaning against the edge of her earthen cage, and she kind of stands up straight and walks over and is like, "Our negotiators, I presume."
Yes, we're trying to help get you out of the situation and return the Earth Elementals back to their plane. Or at least keep them somewhere safe for the time being until we can do that.
The older man sitting down kind of like slowly opens his eyes. He's got like a well-trimmed but extensive beard, I guess. Goes down and covers like most of his neck, but it has very like clean kind of lines to it. He's got like canyon wrinkles on his face. I don't know if any of you know much about Lanova, but this man old for for anyone. Looks incredibly old for a human. But kind of slowly opens his eyes and looks at you. I forgot what you said. I forgot what was prompting him to speak. I got lost in the description.
Just out of curiosity. Lost in the sauce. Is this one big cage or is it 3 individual?
3 individual cages. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll just take a position kind of like where they can all hear me and I can interact with them. But yeah, I sure said something along the lines of, yes, we are negotiators. We're trying to get you out safely, as well as try to help the Earth Elementals get back safely to their own plane.
He kind of like, yeah, he opens his eyes, kind of looks past you to the rider, and then back up to you and says, a foolish endeavor.
It's simply the right thing to do.
Perhaps it seems that way.
Why would you think it seems otherwise?
We have... There are enemies coming. Weaving the magics that we would need to send them back would leave us vulnerable.
What enemies do you speak of?
He kind of yeah, he looks at you in response to the question, and it's like, you do not have time for me to explain history to you. You think they'll let us talk long?
Very well. The mounted one said that you said that you could get him back, though. He seems to believe that's the case right now.
I bought time to work out a solution.
A solution or a clever lie?
Doesn't matter which.
Sorry, it just makes me laugh thinking about like this guy and Stars like clearing their throats as they go to talk to each other.
Sorry.
It's just like, what the fuck is that?
I've just been doing not very throat-friendly voices for 3 hours. It's all earth elementals and grumpy dwarves and
One gnome.
and one gnome.
So you do have the power to do so, but you believe that it would cause great danger in doing so.
Indeed.
You think that it would cause danger to the Earth Elemental plane as well, both sides of this.
He thinks for a moment. Seems like... yeah.
I can't.
Seems like he's considering what he can tell you, and then Isha speaks up, and he looks over at Isha, and then back to you. It's like... Your strange friend is correct. And then he kind of, like, looks at Isha again. And, like, lingers there and kind of like he's really investigating you for the first time.
Alright, Talk, are you doing anything, Isha?
No, I'm just interrupting him
Okay.
whenever I get an opportunity.
Well, nonetheless, there are people local to here that are trapped potentially in the Earth plane, which is cause for alarm as well. But which one of you is the local king?
Yeah, the dwarf kind of in the far left cage, kind of speaks up. He's like, "That's me."
It's a pleasure to finally meet your acquaintance, King. My name is Terse Ironcrad, at your service.
A pleasure, I'm sure, which was under better circumstances.
Indeed, but I seek to help you out as much as the Earth Elementals. Perhaps even if we can't have them transported out now, at least as long as they have a safe refuge for the time being, until it is safe, we can work something out. You don't necessarily have to work with them, but as long as they're safe and together, and we get you back, I think we can properly settle this between the two groups. Do you agree, King, and you two others?
Yeah, so the queen from Temmel kind of speaks up first, and is just like, "Honestly, sounds like an excellent plan. An excellent plan to me. We should just send them back and be done with it." Deal with whatever comes. She kind of looks at, kind of glares at the old man. And the dwarf is like, "At this point, I'm inclined to agree." And then kind of the old man closes his eyes. It's like, "Promise whatever you will. It will take time to set up the ritual."
Very well. And King, what was your name?
Which one are you referencing?
King, the Dwarven King.
Yeah. He looks up and he says, "My name is Oyer Farron."
King Oyer Farron. Perhaps, if we free you, you might allow the Earth Elementals either to stay here in this location, as long as they keep the peace, or perhaps I might be able to move them somewhere else if they prefer. But can you additionally, perhaps, if we get you out of here, also return any Earth Elementals that are currently in your custody in the town?
He looks over to you, says, well, actually, he looks kind of at the elementals. Kind of past you with the elementals and then back to you. He's like, "You're sure what they say?" That's not his voice. "You're sure what they say is true? They didn't mean to come and invade?"
No. I feel as though your friend here, and he motions to the old man, probably knows more than any of us here. But it seems that your local people and their people from the Earth plane being transported about seems like perhaps a byproduct of something greater. Whether it was intended to happen or not, it was not their doing, and they're simply confused and aggravated of the situation.
That is fine with me then, if you can convince them to give up the old man. I cannot, unfortunately, cannot abandon him here.
I understand. And your name, sir?
The old man.
I love how we're doing introductions last.
Yeah, I know, right? Thinking about that.
He says,
So,
I think he sighs. He almost just doesn't even want to bother. But he's like, "My name is King Rurith.
King Rurith?
With an A instead of an I, but yeah.
Ah.
Always love a good guy with the name Wrath in his name. Very well. I shall try to see if I can negotiate the release of all three of you, and perhaps figure out the best way to get them back, whether it's sooner or later. And Terse goes back up and reapproaches the horseman, as opposed to the bullman.
Well, he's not really a horseman, so you know.
That's true.
Yeah, he the horse head and the upper body of the rider like track you as you approach, as if the head that's not there is looking at you.
Ooh.
Seemingly just watching you expectantly as you approach, letting you start.
Well, it doesn't seem like the old man is lying about being able to return you, but it might be a little more lengthy than you are hoping for. In any case, I don't think it serves any purpose to keep these people here if they're willing to work with you and help you get back home. Additionally, I was assured that your people will not be harmed or aggressed any longer, and in fact, the rest of your people that are being held by the city will be returned to you here.
Kind of like he turns back to the prisoners. And then back to you. And says, I do not trust them.
Seems reasonable that they don't trust you either. Isn't that right? But they trust me, and I hope you do too. Seeing as I kept your people safe, and considering these are very important people, the longer you keep them, the more danger there is that you'll lose your chance of getting home, and their people might try to come and fight to take them back. This is a peaceful solution, and the best one to get you back home.
There is a pause. And then he just, like, points the spear kind of in the direction of the cages, and they all kind of, like, crumble and collapse, getting the prisoners' heads a little bit dusty.
Oh, thank God.
Sag should have crushed him.
Eat the rich.
And, then, looks at you, Tiris, and says, I am holding you responsible for this pact.
Very well, and then I will do my utmost best to see it fulfilled.
And, Horsehoof kind of, like, stomps on the ground, and he turns to the prisoners, former prisoners, I suppose, and says, like, you are free to go. And then kind of, like, points at Rurith and says, you must start the ritual to bring us home. And that's, I guess, where we'll stop for the night.
Okay.
I am not doing the recap next week.
Very was quite a bit.
You're the one who needs to make all the dice rolls. So
Well,
like
We'll see how you feel next week.
yeah,
great. Awesome.
like you're the one that you need the dice because you're the one who talks the most.
Also, I
Yeah.
did not think we would get to this earth elemental stuff this time, so sorry if it was a little bit messy and confusing.
No way.
It wasn't messy and confusing. It felt unprepared, which it was.
Okay, well, okay, I feel okay.
It's okay. It actually was better than I expected, for sure.
Ouch, and then thank you.
There's a compliment in there somewhere.
Perhaps and then
I considered cutting it 45 minutes ago, and being like, all right,
I was
let me deal with
surprised
this.
when it felt like that's what was gonna happen, then it didn't happen. I was like, oh.
I probably
My brain was like, I can feel the end coming, and then it didn't happen. I was like, what the fuck is happening right now?
I probably should have done, and probably it would have also been better if I wasn't so tired. But yeah.
Amazing. Thank you.
Mhm.
XP for the session?
All of it, 490. Actually, make it 2,690. Yes.
You know, I like that idea actually.
Me too.
Huh. Interesting that you all like that idea.
Weird.
I prefer, I
how
prefer
about
5,000
this? How about
myself.
19,000? 390. Let's call it even.
An even 19,390.
Exactly. Easy peasy.
How about 200?
Okay.
Okay.
I'll take it. Truly, we'll take what we can get, but we'll try to swindle you for more.
Yeah. A used car salesman. Besides, we can't power level Stu. He'll eat the entire town.
It's true.
How do you know that that's what we don't want?
I'll just end up like No Face from.
I need Stu to be as large and as hungry as possible.
Large and in charge.
He's just grinning.
Large.
Oh, I'm gonna hop off.
Bye bye.
Thank you.
Bye, Sarah.
Bye bye. Yep, I'm going as well because I was about to fall asleep. So,
Nap time.
bye.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, I'm gonna go wrap up stream, I think.
Okay.
Thank you guys for
Thanks for running,
yeah,
Bears.
thanks for playing.
You're not streaming afterwards?
I'm not today.
What the?
I did not sleep super well.
Okay, well.
Yeah. I'll be back in chat in a minute. But for now, I'll be right back.
Okay, bye.
GG's.
All right. Thank you everyone for hanging out and watching some Pathfinder. I enjoyed the session. Like I said, it kind of like petered out and got brain got a little scrambled in the last bit. But it happens sometimes. Yeah, usually I would have ended it there a little bit ago, but I don't know. I felt like I could push through this time, and this isn't too bad. And I have some thoughts for how we're gonna start next time. So yeah. Thank you again for being here. We're gonna prep some of this tomorrow. Yeah, if you wanna see what happens next a week early, a few days early, 5 days early, 6 days early, come by tomorrow and we'll I'll fill you all in on what we're doing. And then after that, or around that, or before that, or sometime, we'll finally play Of Life and Land and do a little bit of cozy city building. And then on Tuesday we're gonna do music in Final Fantasy VII. Thursday will be Zomboid, and Saturday will be Pathfinder. So, Moto. I am ending, but we're gonna have a whole actual real stream tomorrow. So I hope you all have a lovely night. I'm gonna go find someone to raid. Goodbye.